So that hunting time frame is kind of like a big thing for people to come do down here. So that's what's my plan, was to go duck hunting. And this was actually a little bit later than now, so maybe around in early January time frame. It was about 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon, and I had scouted out a place previously on where I was going to go duck hunt at, and it was
No, it has to be so oppressively hot today. It's so awful. Why they gotta do this to me?
in a small town where we used to have a deer camp at. There's a place called Reeder, Arkansas, right? So I think maybe population 100, if that much. The population sign, I think it's been the same for maybe since like the 70s. There's not a lot of people there, right? So very scarcely populated area. Very good hunting, right? So I had scouted this place out earlier that day, and I went to my friend's house and kind of just bounced off of him. We were talking about the area we knew, so we were looking at Google Maps, kind of checking out the terrain of the area, making sure this place would be like an ideal area to go duck hunting. So we got to talking. While I left his house, headed there. This is probably about 2 in the afternoon. So it's about a 20-30 minute drive out there into the woods, kind of. And I was planning on hunting this like kind of flooded creek area where there's a
Hopefully I can
creek, but
remember.
it had rained, so that area
I've had
floods
this games
very
pretty
easy
well.
there, and it's just a real good place for the ducks to come and land in. So as I'm driving out there, I'm in a Ford Ranger single cab, so I've got my gun in the front seat with me. Right, it's a cold, probably I think today it's 17. Then it was probably in the 20s, but definitely below freezing, definitely cold. And I say this because it's going to tie into the story a little bit. But I'm driving out there, and this road that I'm on, it's a really straight road, and there was a clear cut. So if anybody doesn't know what a clear cut is, it's like where they go in. A timber company will go in and kind of just like clear out all of the logs or all of the trees in that area, and then kind of just leave the debris or whatever. So that clear cut's a very open field, maybe 40-acre field, 100-acre field, something like that. Just a larger field on
Hopefully
either
Yoshi
side of the
doesn't
road.
want to kill me
And then
today.
the end of that clear cut was the next
Wait and
set of
see.
like pine plantations, essentially. As I'm approaching this next set of pine plantations in my vehicle, I was probably doing 45 miles an hour. Like I said, it was a bright, sunny January morning, right? So in January like that, the leaves are kind of all falling off the trees, and you can see
What
really
the
far
heck?
into the woods. So you can probably see 100 to 200 yards in the woods pretty easily, and you can recognize anything going on out there. As I'm approaching this tree line, I kind of see something off to the left, moving from my left to my right, coming through the woods, right? And I didn't really think anything of it at the time because I've been hunting my entire life, so I'm used to seeing out there like deer or just maybe coyotes, whatever. We've even seen black bear out there. They're
Coyotes.
not really prevalent in the area, but there's enough to where you'll see them if you hunt, right? So but what it did is it caught my eye because it was moving pretty rapidly through the wood line. So I started to slow my
What the
truck down,
heck?
and
I think these long ones are
I
gonna
would say
suck so
maybe
hard.
60 to 70 yards away from whatever was coming through the woods, and I could see at this point in time that it was bipedal. Whatever it was, I could see was on two legs and it was running, right? So it had that kind of like bipedal hominid type body style, and I could tell that seeing through the woods. So I was enough kind of weirded out that I had stopped my truck and opened the door of my truck, and this thing is moving, right? So it wasn't but about maybe an entire 20 to 30 seconds of this entire encounter. So when I slowed my truck down and kind of opened the door, you could see how much it would kind of weird me out that I would have to stop the truck and open the door, right? So I knew it was something weird. And at first thought, I'm going to be honest with you, I thought it was someone running, like a person running through the woods. I was like, is there someone
Why
running
are you
from
running?
something here? You know what I mean? So I stopped the truck, opened the door, and
Why are
then when
you
I
running? That's what
realized
you should have
this
asked him.
person didn't have any
Why
clothes
are you
on, or
running?
what I was looking at had no clothes on. It was a dark brown figure, and I'm maybe 60 yards away from it at this point, so I can see it. I can't. If I was to yell out to you, you could hear what I was yelling out, but you would have to stop and then walk toward me. That kind of distance. As it's coming through the woods, things are running through my head. Is this a person? What is this? It's not wearing any clothes, and I'm looking right at, and I'm not really like putting two to two together. Like my mind's not telling me, hey Bigfoot, because prior to this,
It's a big feat.
I'm not like I wasn't like a big Bigfoot person. I've seen the shows Finding Bigfoot and
I'm
everything
not
like
a
that.
Bigfoot guy,
But
but
I was never like I didn't have a bunch of bumper stickers on my car and stuff like that.
oh no, he's talking
So
about me that one
I've
time.
always been kind of optimistic, like, hey, maybe there is, maybe there isn't type
I
thing.
found that
Anyways,
thingy.
Back to the story. So this thing is running across the road, and I've heard a lot of stories about like the way that these animals run. This was not the case for what I saw, right?
Shit.
So what I saw was what looked to be dead sprinting. I mean, it looked like if something was running as fast as it possibly could, that's what it looked like to me. It was very fast. And then I say this, I've played sports my entire life growing up, right? So I used to play running back. I'm used to watching things run, and whatever this was extremely, extremely fast. Okay, and I could tell though it had no shoes on, no shirt, no shorts. So all I could think of in my head was, is this a naked person running through the woods, right? So I know that's kind of a little bit weird.
He's naked.
As I'm watching it across the road, right, it never looked at me, it never checked up, it never slowed down, and there's big ditches on either side of the road out in the country like that, because it rains and the water, comes down those ditches. It never stopped on any one of those ditches. It never slowed up, and I watched it run from one side of the woods all the way across the road, dead sprinting, all the way into the woods, and then maybe for another 100 yards into the right side of the road, I could see it sprinting off through the woods with now mind you, the population in this area is maybe 80 to 100 people. I'm 3 to 5 miles away from the closest house, much less any kind of establishment like that. It's 20 degrees in January, and I'm like, I just saw a naked dude running through the woods. A lot of people talk about the size of things they see. And this, I can tell you for a fact, probably wasn't in the 8 to 9 foot range. However, it was absolutely like full grown. It would be probably about the size of a full grown large person if I was to guess. Maybe 6 foot to 6'5".
Full grown, the large person.
Very, very fast. I just remember being so fast, and I couldn't make out any facial features because I was just so absorbed in kind of looking at the body, and I'm thinking it's 20 degrees. I've got like hunting jacket on and everything.
Open it up.
And this was what appeared to be nude. Okay, and I was like, what was that? Anyways, fast forward. So it kind of weirded me out. I didn't really know what to think of the whole situation. I was standing outside of my truck.
Of course, you're talking about big feats again.
But I came here to hunt, right? So whatever it was, didn't freak me out enough to stop me from hunting.
You're fucking
so I got back in my truck
and
I continued on to the hunting site that I had scouted out, which was only probably a mile and a half to 2 miles at the most down the road.
Oh, hey, at Netflix Life, when did you get in here? Oh, hey, at Echo Area, when did you get in here?
Probably 20 or 30 duck decoys.
Echo Area on Twitch asks, why would a human running in the middle of nowhere be weird, but a Sasquatch isn't? I don't know. This guy's never seen the big feats before.
My shotgun and my waders on, so I started out into the woods, into this creek area. Well, the spot that I looked at that was kind of opened up good enough for hunting was probably about a 80 to 100 yard walk out into the woods. It was enough to get off the road where you weren't seen. Kind of the traffic wouldn't mess up the hunt really, and you're far enough off to where you can still shoot and be safe.
It's spring cleaning
time, and not too far of a walk that I didn't want to wait out there
for a long time.
But I know it took a minute
to
get out
there.
A pretty good while to get out to this hole.
Nice.
So as I'm out
now you can start getting your
maybe chest deep water.
Some prime subs.
And at this point in time, it's probably 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe close to 3. And I can hear behind me hogs, right? And it's just a very distinct sound, the squeal sound that they make in the wood. You can tell the hogs running through the wood, and I could tell that there was a fair amount of these hogs.
Keys in here, the soapy water. Just trying to drink it.
These more wet, lowland type of areas. And I'm very familiar with these animals as I've been hunting here my entire life, so that's one of our main game sources around here. There's so many, they're so prevalent actually that like there's no limit on how many you can take in a season. There's no season and there's no limit,
I'm
right? So
cleaning
like
right now. You can't be
they're
here.
very prevalent. Well, anyways, I hear them and they're in the woods behind me, but they're squealing a little more
Oh,
than
hey,
normal.
Meow
You
Meow,
would
who
normally
will
think
watch
that
this later.
a
When did
pack
you
of
get
hogs
here?
would, and they're kind of loud. It seems
I'm not
like
sure if he is gonna watch. He might be too busy. Some days he doesn't make it to the streams, but yeah, we'll see if he does make it today. He might be able to because he has a 3-day work week today, so we will see. We'll see whether or not he makes it.
something could be chasing them. Now this happens, right? Because there's
Hopefully, this stream inspires you to continue to do any cleaning you have to do on your sides as well. Catgirl, can you reply to my DM plus key things? Which DM is that one? They have a bit of a history, that one. I'm pretty sure Clarkland has a bit of a history with a lot of people. It wouldn't surprise me if Clarkland has a very tumultuous history with people all the time. If that's what you're
we have
trying to
bobcats, we have
get me to respond to.
your occasional black bear. I'm not sure that hog is on the black bear diet, right? Obviously, but there's predatory animals in the woods, and nothing really freaked me out. But during this time of year, the sun goes down a little earlier. So as the day progressed, I'm still hearing these hogs all around me. Just they're on one
It's
side
okay.
of the
Nobody's
woods of
gonna
me,
watch
and then they're
this.
on the other side. So it seems like something's just really just keeping them
Clarkland
moving,
never
keeping
watches
them
my
moving.
streams. He'll never know.
And then
What?
about 5 o'clock, as the sun is starting.
What's wrong with reacting to your DM in public anyway?
To go down, and I'm getting ready to move out. I started
This keycap remover is for a different keyboard, so I'm probably doing a little bit of damage to the keys themselves, the keycaps themselves, but it's okay. It's just a keyboard. I can always get another one later. And I'm not the kind of person to build super expensive keyboards for like no reason. I honestly don't really know why people do that. I probably just haven't looked into it super hard, but it doesn't really seem as if there's too much of a incentive for me to do so. What if I DM you something personally? If it's personal enough, and I can tell that it's personal enough, then I definitely wouldn't reveal. I wouldn't reveal things in public that I can tell are things that you want to be kept private. I'm pretty good at being able to tell.
Thinking about the thing I saw earlier, I'm like, dude, maybe whatever that was is out here chasing these things, and I got
chasing him. He's a chaser.
Overwhelming sense of something was watching me, right? And then everything in the woods went dead quiet.
Watching me.
The hogs stopped. There was no more.
Echo Airy on Twitch says, "LOL, I bought a cheap refurbished Corsair keyboard this time. I bought a more expensive one last time. It wasn't really worth it." Yeah, I think the most expensive keyboard I've got is the first mechanical keyboard I had, which is right before this one. This is my second mechanical keyboard. The previous one was like $109 or something, and it lasted for quite a while, so I guess it's okay. I think it's still technically it can still work, but I'd have to like put in a bunch of time to fix it. So I'll just wait until at some point in the future I feel like I don't want to play games and I just want to fix something, and I'll pull out that keyboard and see what I can do about it. So yeah, but definitely building keyboards. I haven't looked into it. I don't know what the benefits are. I don't know what all the different keycaps and the keys are. So it's definitely not anything that I think I would get into anytime soon.
More hog running. I couldn't hear any splashing off in the distance. And I heard this. I don't really know how to describe it. But what I would like to say is like the most blood curdling, pinpointable scream that I've ever heard in my entire life.
Oh no, this one
Like a
doesn't want to come off.
scream of something it just was something that I've never heard before.
It's a spooky
And I've been
monster.
hunting for 20 something years, and I've never heard. And it was loud, and the hairs
I
were
must
already
take that
standing
off.
up on the back of my neck. It was so unsettling to me that I left all of my decoys. Right now, so to preface this, the decoys are not cheap. It was probably like $200 or $300 worth of duck decoys that are sitting out right here, and I would have to pick all of these up. They're weighted down. You have to.
My first one is all worn and two torn too, but still working, and it was about the same price in Canadian. That was like 160. What the heck? 160 for a keyboard? Holy fuck! You could buy a graphics card with that monies. What the heck?
Kind of roll up
This one's
ravel
40
up the
bucks.
wires and stuff like this. I left all of those. I grabbed my gun and I got to my truck in what felt like to me was about 30 seconds. I was running through the swamp.
Forgot how much this one. I think this one was also about 40 bucks. Let me go check my Amazon real quick. See what it says.
To get to my truck, and I got in my truck, and as I'm leaving out, the only thing I could think of was, what was that? What was that? So all the way back to my friend's house, who I scouted out with before, I'm trying to tell myself, like, go over things. I'm like, am I crazy? Like, what is this? I'm like, is it a person? Is it something? But the scream is all I can remember was like, it was something that I never heard before, and it wasn't like a lot of people will say, a panther will scream or like a mountain lion will scream. And I used to live on a river where I'd heard screams like that before. It's where it's
what
like
the heck?
they say it sounds like a woman screaming.
According to Amazon, I haven't placed an order in the last 3 months. Let's see if I can pull this up without doxing myself. 3 months. No, it's the wrong way. Whatever. You get the idea.
And I've heard screams like that to where you could equate to maybe, okay, that's a large cat making some kind of noise like that. This was not that. This had more of a deeper tone to it, but not necessarily like a male human tone. It was just a deeper, very, very loud, very long scream. The scream lasted for maybe 6.
Let's see. Oh, this one was $80. Okay. Well, it was definitely still cheaper than the first mechanical keyboard that I got. I also bought in the same order some eyeliner and a mirror. Very cool. Okay, so my total was 100. 80 for the keyboard and then 20 for the remainder with tax and everything. That's what it was.
Seconds, I would say, and it felt like it was an hour just listening to it. So I got, anyways, I get back to my buddy's house and I tell him, hey, man, I think I saw Bigfoot. Obviously, he tells me, you're crazy. I tell him the story. He's like, man, I don't know. Maybe you did. And that was kind of the end of that. And then me and my brother just got to talking about it not too long ago. And then and I started being like, maybe there's some merit to that. And I just got into watching, I started watching Sasquatch Chronicles. I started just really delving into it. I'm like, man, this is a lot of people's stories had a lot of the similar things that like I experienced. I was like, I maybe need to contact these guys and just kind of see if I can get that out there, see what they think. But yeah, man, that's the story. And to this day, I still don't know what it is that I saw, but I can tell you, I've never been back to that place hunting.
I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
It was the scariest I've been in the woods in a long time, and like I said, I've hunted for a long time, and I've seen a lot of things in the woods. It just gave me a weirdest uneasy feeling.
Yeah, as I listen to your account, it's a lot of times when hunters go, "Hey, I just saw this weird guy, this weird homeless guy," and it's basically what you saw.
My nail got fucked.
It makes you understand why they say homeless
my
guy
nail
or
polish.
some weird, some guy without clothes out there running around. When you first saw it, it was running away from where you were going.
Yeah, so whenever on the trip in, it was moving from my left to my right, and I was ended up hunting on the left side. It would have been the left side of the road where the animal would have come from.
The animal. He
Now,
keeps calling it
the
an
only
animal.
reason that I'm thinking maybe this was the same thing that I saw is because of the speed that it was moving at. And I don't know. It just seemed to me when I was coming out and I was running everything to my head, it seemed to me a plausible explanation of whatever I saw. The reason of the speed that it was moving at was because maybe it was in pursuit of something. You know what I mean? First, I thought it was running away from
He's trying to
something,
steal his deer.
and now, and then after the entire encounter, it seemed to be maybe more. It wasn't running away, but it was pursuing something else.
Yeah, it could have been. I don't think that these things run from much. Can I ask you, when you were sitting there watching how fast this, and this is a hard question to answer because I realize it's a distance away that you're watching this thing, but how fast do you think it was running?
Minus and plus.
So if I was to guess,
Equals
right, and this is just coming from like like a sports athletic perspective, just to put it in perspective.
Get the heck
I would
out of
say
there, bro. What
it
the
was
heck? This
running
guy doesn't want to
somewhere in
leave.
the 4.4 to 4.2 40 speed, like very like an NFL running back is what went through my mind when I saw this. Like a very fast, extremely fast person. You know what I mean? Faster than pretty much anybody I'd watched run. But I knew it. It didn't. It wasn't like
It's
a
so hot
like
today.
a bullet
I
or like
hate
a
it.
car or something like that. It would just seem to be extremely fast. You know.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. I want to ask you, when you were watching this thing and you were kind of watching the movement, was there anything that stood out to you?
So, and this is what I do tell people. Like, this is because all the stories that I've seen or heard or read all talk about kind of like a gliding motion. It wasn't that way to me. What I saw looked like somebody trying significantly hard to run. However, there was no effort for it to be running at this speed, right? So when it went down the ditch and came back up the ditch and had to cross the road, go down the ditch and come back up the ditch, there was no like effort for it to make those maneuvers. There was no slowdown or anything like that. Which kind of later on down the road, when I start going through my head, I think to myself, if this was one of these animals, potentially I'm thinking maybe like early teen in equation to like human stature, like early teenage type deal. Like maybe it hasn't perfected the art of how it's hunting yet, and maybe it's still growing. Maybe that's the reason that it's not as similar as I would say that a lot of the encounters that I hear about would be. That would just be my best guess, though. Yeah, I just know that it never slowed down, but I could definitely tell whatever it was running.
Yeah, my hands are all dusty now.
You know, I couldn't see any kind of like any details of hairs.
Maybe I should have worn gloves.
Anything like that. Like I said, I was at about 60 yards.
Ew.
Like if I was probably looking at his face, I could have saw the face. I was just kind of flabbergasted at the fact that it was 20 degrees outside and I'm looking at something that has no clothes on. So
what the heck? This guy's looking at a naked
dude.
dude.
Details of like the very
specific,
those type of details, I wasn't able to make out as well as I would have liked to. To know for sure. Okay, what was this? However, I was like, this could only be two things: like a full-grown naked guy from whatever sport who's the best at what they do, running as fast as they can, or something else that I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think our eyes are trained for movement. We'll watch movement, and
I
can see how all of it's kind of a blur,
pro
especially
football player.
How fast it's running. It reminds me
in the middle of the woods in January.
To dig up this video. I did a show.
There was a creature
from Texas. He's kind of on the Texas-Louisiana.
He's probably focusing on the fact that he's naked because he could see something that will definitely let him know that he's naked. Yeah, he keeps bringing up the word naked over and over and over again. I'm pretty sure he saw that Big Feet's cock. That's what happened. Maybe that's why he started being so curious about Big Feet's now. Because he saw that one Big Feet's cock and now he wants to see more. He's just exploring his sexuality about these mysterious creatures.
border. And one morning, this thing's running across his farm, and I mean, this thing's hauling. I mean, it's better than a blob squatch, but the more I examined the video, I was like, holy crap, it's carrying a deer, and it like steps over this fence like it's nothing. And I could see from a distance how you could go, well, it's running up and down these ditches, and it doesn't look like it's really exerting any effort. I wanted to ask you, I was curious about the hogs. I know you've been out there and you've heard the hogs many times, and these creatures sometimes are reported to mimic animals. They'll mimic hogs, they'll mimic owls, they'll mimic, uh, you know, virtually anything, really. I was really curious. That hog noise that you heard, do you think it was hogs
My
as
hands are gonna
far
be
as
so
what you heard?
fucked after I'm done here.
Well, so the fact that you say that, it makes me think more because, kind of like I was saying, it sounded to be hogs to me. However, they sounded a little bit more like more vocal than usual. So I could see that if something's trying to use like a call, or something like that, or do something to kind
Oh,
of
of the
lure something
wild.
there, that it may not be exactly what you're used to. But yeah, because I could definitely see that because it was weird about the hogs that they were so vocal. Because usually you'll just hear some grunting around, a little, maybe a squeal or two, but this was just like loud squeals, loud squeals, loud squeals, loud squeals, over and over and over and over. And that's kind
Maybe
of
the
what
big
was throwing
feet
me off
was
about hogs.
mating
Like
with
these
the
are
hogs.
they're being very
What's
loud
happening?
for being hogs. So that is a very good
Oh
point that
no,
I haven't
Bert!
thought about that you brought up.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's been reported many times that they'll mimic
Rip?
different animals like owls, hogs,
Okay, let's see
that
if I
sort of
can
thing. And if you really
do the
listen to
rest.
it, there's something not quite right about it. A lot of times they're very close, but either it's
Uh-oh.
too loud or it's too deep or they're just off just a little bit. And that's the reason
These
why I asked you
things over
about the
here.
hogs, because in this situation, I'll give you an example. Another thing that gets reported a lot is all of the animals shut up.
Okay, I think
Insects,
I should
everything
be
goes
able
dead
to
quiet when these things
still
are
do this
around.
pretty
And
well. I
you
just
heard this scream coming from
go
where these
slow.
hogs were at. That's what makes me wonder if it was really hogs, is what you were hearing. I want to ask you about the scream. Now, I realize this is kind of a hard question to answer because audio in the woods, sometimes it's hard to pinpoint, how far away is this thing. But when you heard the scream and you were there setting up
That's
your
so
duck
sharp
hunting
now.
and doing that sort of thing,
It's gonna
how
fuck me up.
far away do you think that scream was?
Not even in
I would
focus.
say probably, if I was to guess, maybe the same distance that it was when I saw it cross the road. It was definitely in the woods. It didn't seem like it was
Oh no.
something that would be like a few trees behind me or something like that. Seemed like it was in the woods a little bit. But it definitely felt like it was
Okay,
screaming
maybe.
directly at me, like
I'll
from
leave
where the
these
sound
here.
came from to where the sound was going to. Because everything out there kind of echoes around with all the leaves and stuff gone.
And, I'll just
It
clean them the
felt
best
like
I
it
can.
was pointed directly at me with whatever scream it was, and I could tell it was a distance away though.
Yeah, have you searched online, Drew, to try and find that same noise that you heard? I know there's
Look,
different
it's a bunch of kitty
vocalizations
hairs.
that you can hear online,
If you can see it.
and oftentimes when people go, "Hey, I heard a scream," I think of something like what Jim Sherman got in Michigan, that sort of thing. I don't know if you've heard that or not.
I have not. To
the
tell you
heck?
the truth, to be 100% honest with you, about as much as I know of like the howls or the screams would kind of be what from just what I've seen from like the more mainstream TV shows, essentially. If I was to say what did it sound like, almost like the high pitch wail that you get in the middle of like a tornado siren, like that. It's like a really high pitch, but it's still a low tone. I mean, I guess it still seemed like it had somewhat of bass to it. But it
use
was
the vacuum
very,
here, but it's gonna be loud, so I'm gonna go ahead and
it
mute
would
the
be
mic.
like a higher pitched sound than I would be able to make with my voice, and maintain the smoothness of the tone that was coming out of this.
Yeah, there is a vocalization. It's been captured all over the United States, but it kind of sounds like an air raid siren or like a tornado siren that you were just describing. Did it sound like this?
That sounds so fucking
Very
scary.
close
What
to that.
the heck?
Maybe a little more high pitched than that, but very close to the same type of sound. And it was just, I remember it being exponentially loud, just very, very loud in the woods. And it sounded a lot like that, a lot like that. But I would say just maybe a higher tone, if anything.
Yeah, that Ohio Howl has been that was recorded back in the mid '90s, and but that sound many people have recorded it. I'd mentioned Jim Sherman earlier. I was telling you, Drew, when people say scream, I often think of something. I'll play it for you here in a second, but I think of something like what Jim Sherman captured. But if you listen closely in the background, you can hear another one going off, and it sounds like very similar to the Ohio Howl. But when I think of a scream, I think of something like this. And I know back in 2012, Jim.
If I were in the middle of the woods at night and I heard that shit, I would load up my gun and point at my head, and that would be the end of it. That is exactly how that would play out.
Jim got something very close to that Ohio Howl, but he captured it in Michigan. Let's see. Let's take a listen.
Happened.
It's such a strange vocalization for an animal or creature to make because it kind of gives away their location. And I've often wondered if they do this as a warning kind of to the others. Uh, when you were in that situation, what was your perspective of hearing this?
That's what to me, it kind of seemed like the feeling that I got was a feeling of something saying, I see you there. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a feeling of like I'm about to attack you or like I'm something like that. Now I definitely got scared. Like it gave me chills to my bones, and like I felt threatened. But the feeling that I got from that threatening feeling was something that was saying, "I see something." So if that's, I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, but that's kind of what it felt to me. Was like, know that I know you're there. You know.
And have you ever gone back to this place since the encounter?
I've never hunted in that area again in my life, and I can tell you from experience, I don't. There's no way I want to, just because I'll tell a story and people will kind of chuckle, or it'll be like a fireside story where like, hey, listen, I might have seen one of these things,
buddy?
and I just tell it just to see to gauge what people's interactions with the story are. But yeah, I mean, I got the feeling of like whatever was there did not want me to be around there, and I just don't feel like I would go back out there.
Yeah, and for you to leave your decoys behind, those duck decoys are very expensive. I mean, they're not cheap, and You rarely ever see a duck hunter leave anything like that behind. So, I mean, I could tell you were terrified leaving
No,
that
no, no.
place, and
What the heck?
I'd be curious to kind of go back. I kind of
Don't make my
think they were
cleaning
probably
stuff.
doing the same thing
You
you were
silly.
doing, and figured it was time for you to go now, and they're going to go ahead and take over. I think a lot of times when hunters run
He's
into
like
them,
fucking.
these creatures are doing the
He's like fucking Star Fox. It's time for us to go now.
same thing you're doing. You know what I mean?
And that's kind of the feeling that I got. And I will say this, I'll preface this with this. You know, and I really didn't know a lot, but I'd heard kind of the stories. I got to looking afterwards about how far away this was. And from where I was at is probably only like an hour and a half, maybe drive from Falk, Arkansas. So it's very close to the same similar area, same type of area. You know, a very lowlands, bottom area, and I got that feeling really big. Like whatever was there was also
What happened?
hunting something, essentially. You know what I mean? Like it felt to me like you said, was doing the same thing I was doing there.
Maybe he was hunting
Can
him?
I ask you, Drew, how did this affect your life, or did it?
Well, I can tell you this much. Other than going to that hole, I kind of just, chalked it up as like a man. Maybe I did see one of these things. But since then, I have another deer lease that's a little further north, maybe about an hour north from where that one's at. And I've been in the woods a few times where I've got the same feeling on the back of my neck. The kind of my hair stands up, and I just get that overwhelming sense of that something's watching me. And at this point, it just makes me get out of the deer stand or whatever I'm doing, get on my side by side, and then just go back to my truck every time. Like it seems like it's a lot easier to get that feeling than previously. Now, I wouldn't necessarily always equate it to the same thing. I will say though, however, it makes me a lot more cautious to be in the woods at night. Before, I would be in the woods at night, no problem. Now I'm like, maybe not.
He's spooked.
Yeah, it's strange. A lot of eyewitnesses report that. After an encounter, you kind of get a sense, you kind of get a feeling of when they're around. It's not really a great feeling. It's like a sense of dread. But after you've had an encounter, a lot of eyewitnesses report that, kind of having that feeling. I think with these creatures, Drew, and this is my opinion, of course, I think if you turn around, if you have an encounter, if you turn around and leave, 99% of the time they'll leave you alone. They're not going to engage with you if you leave. After having this encounter, and I ask everyone on the show, Drew, what do you think Sasquatch is? And there's no wrong answer, but what is your thoughts? What do you think these creatures are?
Man, if I was to guess, and this my guess would be more of like I guess on the scientific side, and it's not to discredit anything that says like, because I know there's a lot of stuff saying, oh, we're.
Thank you, Sirius, for the 3 months. 3 months of Prime. Appreciate you, buddy. Have you been? Have you been doing any of your own spring cleaning? Or have you also been obsessed with big feet stories like me?
Where people believe in like interdimensional beings right now, and I've kind of looked into that, and it seems kind of legitimate. I would guess though, me personally, that maybe it's another bipedal hominid that evolved in a different way than we did.
It's a bipedal hominid that he knows he saw naked because he saw its cock dangling around as it was running away. And that's why he's now super curious and interested in knowing more about big feet.
I wouldn't necessarily say that maybe it's a dumber animal. I would just say that maybe it had a different evolutionary process than we did, and it kind of does its own thing. It's smart enough to stay away from anything else that may cause detriment to their civilization or whatever they got going on.
Their civilization?
But yeah, my best guess, I couldn't tell you. I do know, like, I don't know if I would want to see one in the wood, face to face.
Yeah, it's perfect timing because it's spring cleaning time. And we gotta do a group cleaning session. so that whenever you've got a little moment to spare, just do a little cleaning. And I have not cleaned this keyboard ever. Not, I guess I've like cleaned it in surface level, but not taking off the keycaps and everything. Oh hey, at the Cat Watches on YouTube. When did you get in here? Stare Bear.
I would get that.
Also, I'm pretty glad that I'm listening to this episode of the podcast right now, because if I had heard those screams that he played for us when it was nighttime, I would not be able to fall asleep. Cause that is some spooky ass shit. I don't want to fucking be outside at night in the woods and hear that. And I also don't want to be in here at home at night and hear those sounds either. We'll go ahead and play those again at the end.
That feeling. So I would say maybe more of an animal than
Just
a man,
spooky big feet sounds.
or maybe a mix of both.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair answer, Drew. A lot of times people will say somewhere in between, especially like in your case. When you first saw the creature, you thought, well, "What the hell's that guy doing?" It wasn't, "What's that animal doing?" So there is that cross in between a human and an animal that a lot of people, they feel like that's what it is. I wanted to ask you, do you think the creature knew you were there?
It absolutely knew I was there. I know for a fact when I was in the woods, it knew I was there. Now, when I was driving, it never acknowledged me. That was one of the things that was weirdest to me, because when I was thinking, okay, this could be a person running, you would think when it hits the road and sees a truck in the middle of the road, their initial response is gonna be kind of to turn and face whatever that truck is to make sure they don't get hit by a truck, even if they're running across the road. But this thing never looked my way once. It just kept its face straight to where it was going and just kept running. So it was kind of weird. However, whatever was in the woods with me definitely knew I was there, because it circled me continuously. So when I was saying what I thought was the hogs were circling, it seemed like they were circling in a pattern that was continuously in some way related to the position of the woods that I was in. They never got further away. It was just in a different geographical area than I was at, essentially. They were always the same distance away, and so that kind of,
except for those times where
saying, hey, maybe this
they play spooky sounds,
these animals,
and I don't see it coming.
Kind of maintained that same distance from me the entire time, from a huge radius around me. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I guess I should have clarified my question. I was wondering about that first one you saw running, but you definitely answered it, and I appreciate it. And, I really appreciate you taking the time to come on and share what happened to you, man. And again, thank you for your service, Drew, and Merry Christmas.
Absolutely, Wes. Hey, thank you for having me, man.
It's a Christmas episode.
I love y'all's show. It's very awesome, dude. And I'll continue listening, man.
Thanks again, Drew. And that's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance, check out sasquatchchronicles.com. You can become a member and get additional shows.
Okay, let's go ahead and find another episode. What have you been up to at the Cat Watches with your upcoming... Oh shit, we gotta go back to listen to the screams. What's been going on with your 3-day soon-to-be end of the work week. Let's see what this guy's thingy says here. Where is... Give me this. Kill the camera real quick. What the heck? Where's the camera? I don't see it. Oh, did I fucking... Oh, I'm retarded. What? I didn't put it in this folder. Whatever. Fuck out of here. See, the first call reminds me so much of the screams my mom and I used to listen to late at night in the mountains of Tennessee. She once told me she had been raised and spent more than 50 years in these mountains, but had no idea what creature made that noise. I was also raised in these mountains, and I don't know what it was either. I just know we'd lay on her bed and listen through the open window, and even though it sounded far away, we'd whisper about what it might be. Spooky. Okay, let's go back. Listen to those screams. Those are super spooky.
They'll mimic owls. They'll mimic. They're very close. I don't know if you've heard that or not.
I think he has like 3 different audio clips of it.
There's a vocalization. It's been captured all over the United States,
so
but
spooky.
It kind of sounds like an air raid siren or like a tornado siren that you were just describing. Did it sound like this?
Very close to that. Maybe a little more high pitched than that, you know?
It's like your ex.
Very close to the same type of sound. And it was just, I remember it being exponentially loud, you know, just very, very loud in the woods. And it sounded a lot like that. But I would say just maybe a higher tone, if anything.
Yeah, that Ohio Howl has been that was recorded back in the mid '90s.
Ohio Howl.
But that sound, many people have
that means you guys must have heard it because you're in Ohio, right? Yeah,
recorded it. I'd mentioned Jim Sherman earlier. You know, I was telling you, Drew, when people say scream, I often think of something. I'll play it for you here in a second, but I think of something like what Jim Sherman captured. But if you listen closely in the background, you can hear another one going off, and it sounds like very similar to the Ohio Howl. But when I think of a scream, I think of something like this.
So yeah, if I hear that at night in the woods, I would definitely take my gun and use it to end somebody's life.
And I know back in 2012, Jim got
in Minecraft
something very close to that Ohio Howl, but he captured.
I think he has one more. I think he's about to play it right now.
Captured it in Michigan. Let's see. Let's take a listen.
So yeah, those are all the spooky sounds. So good thing the sun is still up, because otherwise, if the sun were down and I heard this video, I would be way too spooked to go to sleep. So thankfully it is still daylight. Okay, I'm gonna have to go do a quick little bathroom break, but I will start the next one. And then you guys can catch me up on what I missed. Let's see. Dogman encounter in the graveyard. That one is an hour long. Okay, she was feeding the creature's live aminals. Okay, we'll listen to this dog man in the graveyard.
We lived in a rural area.
Let's jump into it tonight. I want to welcome Scott to the show. Scott, thanks
Okay, I go pee pee. If you see a big feet, shoot it on sight.
for coming on.
Oh, no problem. Glad to be here.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here. And I know your encounter took place in Michigan. If you would you mind starting from the beginning and just kind of tell us what you're doing and walk us into what happened?
Okay, this is back in like the mid to late 70s. I can't remember exactly what year it happened. I was about 10 to 13. We lived in a rural area of Michigan in like Benzie County. And we were like some of the original latchkey kids that they talk about in the 70s. Mom had to work, dad had to work. And during the summer, we were pretty much free to do whatever we want. And we would hang out with some of the other neighbor kids. Even though it was rural, there were some kids nearby, and we would like to ride bikes and do stuff. And our neighbor was a young lady about my age, and another family friend. There was a bunch of girls for some reason. We decided to go walking in the woods that was kind of behind her grandfather's property. He lived like one more door down. And it was in Michigan, they have things called 2-tracks. They go in their trucks and drive between trees and go out in the woods and make 2 tracks going all the way out into the woods. And he had 2 tracks that went out into the woods, and we were just following them. That led down to a river. And we'd been back there before. There were, we'd been back there to fish and stuff like that. We'd walked there many times with our families and did things together. So, but at this time it was like 4 or 5 kids, and we went walking down there. And as you're walking down towards the river, it's about a quarter of a mile walk. The 2-track kind of just weaves around trees and hills. And there's a point in the 2-track where kind of to your left, it's kind of a deep ditch or gully. You wouldn't want to drive your vehicle off of it, or you're really going to be stuck. It probably goes down about, I'm guessing, about 10 feet. There's probably a little bit of a creek down there sometime. And then it has like across that little creek, then it kind of rises up at it, in a hill, but not a steep hill. You can walk it fairly easy. And there's trees around, but it's not like thick forest or anything. And then on the right side of this 2-track is a tall hill, probably about 20 feet tall, and steep enough that you would have to Spider-Man crawl up this thing, with your hands and your feet and your knees trying to get up. And I don't know, one of the kids said something like, what's up on the top of that hill, or let's go play King of the Mountain, something like that. So we were all trying to get up that hill on the right side of us. And, we're all 5 of us kids are climbing and stuff. And at one point, I was probably about halfway up this hill, I decided to look back to see how far I was ahead of everybody else. And as I looked down and then across the 2-track and then kind of down in that little gully and then up the hill that was behind that gully, I saw something move. And my first thought was my dog. I had a fairly good-sized dog that was part collie and part lab. And so I thought it was him at first. I was trying to concentrate on this movement. And as I was looking at this movement, I saw more movement to my left. And when I looked to my left, there was my dog coming from the left, going to the right. So that got me wondering, well, what am I looking at over here? And my first thought was, well, it must be, one of the neighbor girl's family. She had like an uncle, and that would be in those woods, and she had her dad, of course, and her grandfather. There were reasons for them to be in the woods, and I thought, well, maybe it's probably one of them, but why are they dressed that way? Because this was summertime, and this person looked like they were wearing like a really thick kind of camouflage. To me, it almost looked like have you ever seen like that insulation that's probably in your attic or whatever, that, and it's
across that there creek? Some funny business rustling all up in it. Did he actually say that? I gotta go back now. You're trolling me. There's no fucking way he said that.
Covered with dirt or dog that was part collie and part lab. And so I thought it was him at first. I was trying to concentrate on this movement. And as I was looking at this movement, I saw more movement to my left. And when I looked to my left, there was my dog coming from the left, going to the right. So that got me wondering, well, what am I looking at over here? And my first thought was, well, it must be, one of the neighbor girl's family. She had like an uncle, and that would be in those woods, and she had her dad, of course, and her grandfather. There were reasons for them to be in the woods, and I thought, well, maybe it's probably one of them, but why are they dressed that way? Because this was summertime, and this person looked like they were wearing like a really thick kind of camouflage. To me, it almost looked like have you ever seen like that insulation that's probably in your attic or whatever, and it's covered with dirt or dust? It kind of had this like grayish brown tint of a
Maybe he said it earlier.
deep ditch or gully. You wouldn't want to drive your vehicle off of it, or you're really going to be stuck.
Okay,
It probably goes down about, I'm guessing, about 10 feet.
The creek.
There's probably a little bit of a creek down there sometime. And then
it has creek.
across that little creek, then it kind of rises up at it.
Creek.
In a hill, but not a steep hill. You can walk it fairly easy, and there's trees around, but it's not like thick forest or anything. And then on the right side of this 2-track is a tall hill, probably about 20 feet tall, and steep enough that you would have to Spider-Man crawl up this thing, with your hands and your feet and your knees trying to get up. And I don't know, one of the kids said something like, what's up on the top of that hill, or let's go play King of the Mountain, something like that. So we were all trying to get up that hill on the right side of us. And, we're all 5 of us kids are climbing and stuff. And at one point, I was probably about halfway up this hill, I decided to look back to see how far I was ahead of everybody else. And as I looked down and then across the 2-track, and then kind of down in that little gully, and then up the hill that was behind that gully, I saw something move, and my first thought was my dog. I had a fairly good-sized dog that was part collie and part lab, and so I thought it was him at first. I was trying to concentrate on this movement, and as I was looking at this movement, I saw more movement to my left, and when I looked to my left, there was my dog coming from the left, going to the right. So that got me wondering, well, what am I looking at over here? And my first thought was, well, it must be, one of the neighbor girl's family. She had like an uncle, and that would be in those woods, and she had her dad, of course, and her grandfather. There were reasons for them to be in the woods, and I thought, well, maybe it's probably one of them, but why are they dressed that way? Because this was summertime, and this person looked like they were wearing like a really thick kind of camouflage. To me, it almost looked like have you ever seen like that insulation that's probably in your attic or whatever, and it's covered with dirt or dust? It kind of had this like grayish brown tint to it, but it was kind of matted and stuff. And when I was trying to track to see what this thing is, it would blend with the trees behind it. That was the thing that I thought was kind of odd. I'm not talking like
he's got
this
cool camo
predator, camouflage thing. It just happened to be the same color as these trees behind it, the bark of the trees. So I'm trying to make out what this is, and I thought, well, just look at the face, So I kept moving up and looking up and looking up his body, thinking, well, where's the face? And then when I saw the face, it didn't make sense to me. It was like, because I was expecting, nose and regular features, somebody that I would recognize, because I was fully expecting this to be one of the neighbor girl's family. And the face, it just, I couldn't comprehend the face, because it just didn't, I couldn't make out eyes or anything. And then this thing was moving kind of left to right, and it was kind of going down that slope of in that gully. So, and then it kind of at the bottom of the gully, it kind of disappeared around the bend of the 2-track and stuff. I hope I'm describing this well.
Yeah, you're doing fine.
And that was one of the times when I really realized this thing is tall, because that gully was deep, but I could still see its head. You know, it wasn't like above the thing, but I mean, it had to be fairly tall for me to still see the head as it disappeared, around the bend of the gully, falling alongside that 2-track. So one of the girls happened to be close to me, and I turned to her and I said, "Hey, I think I just saw Bigfoot." And she's kind of
It's a
like,
big
"Yeah,
feat.
right," or thinking I was just goofing around or playing. And I said, "No, I think we really need to leave." So I kind of talked to all the other kids to, let's get going. And we ran all the way back out of the woods and back home. I'm not sure if they ever really believed me, or if I was just, pranking them, or what. And as silly as it sounds, I guess the rest of the day was just spent kind of doing other kid things like riding bikes and shooting hoops and stuff. I told my parents when they came home, but I think they were like, yeah, right. And, I
Yeah.
just, as time went on, I started second guessing myself as a kid. I mean, I always had something of an imagination, and there was a lot of these drive-in documentary kind of movies back in the mid to late 70s regarding UFOs and the Bermuda Triangle, and there was a couple, three, I'm sure, that dealt with like the abominable snowman and Bigfoot. So I was really starting to get to a point where I was second guessing myself and really didn't think much more about it. I mean, I kind of followed sightings and Monster Quest, things like that, off and on, but I never really got really reinterested in what I saw until I started listening to podcasts. And I listened to a couple different podcasts that led me to your podcast, and just some of the things they said made me start thinking, well, maybe I did see something. So
Yeah, and a normal kid's reaction, if it's just overactive imagination, your reaction wouldn't have been, "I think we need to leave. I think we need to get out of here." You know what I mean? And even as an adult, I think I did it with my encounter. Everyone I've talked to that's had an encounter, you always second guess yourself. You're always like, "God, did I really see that? Was I hallucinating? Was I?" And I think that's just normal human reaction, because it's hard to place what you saw. It's like
Right.
I was talking about this on the last show. I hear a lot of hunters say, "Well, I saw a gorilla in the woods." Well, we don't have gorillas out here running in the woods in Washington State.
Right.
And it's just, and you're never too hard on those people, because they're trying to make sense of what they saw. And I think a lot of times, if you can't make sense of it, then you go to, well, maybe I didn't see that. Maybe I mistook what I saw. I'm curious, was there any details from the face that you remember?
Well, that was the thing at the time. I mean, one of the things I was going to comment on that kind of threw me off, I had seen the Patty film, obviously, at that time, and some of the pictures from it. And this one was like more lanky. It wasn't like that,
Lanky.
barrel-chested kind of look to it.
He's a skinny boy.
And so that was one of the reasons I thought it was a person in a suit, like a camouflage thing. I really did. And but it also kind of, my brain, I was like flipping through my like the files of my mind, trying to find something that was comparable to it. And one of the things is there was an old cartoon called Johnny Quest where he fought this mummy, and just the way the bandages and stuff wrapped around his face, that was the closest I could come to the face. And but it wasn't quite right. It was, I think, looking back on it, I think there was fur covering up a large part of the face, but not all of it. I think also the face was like a dark, maybe charcoal gray, very dark. And I think one of the things that was throwing me off is, I think since I was kind of walking a little bit at an angle, I was expecting the face to be more rounded, and I think it was more flat. And so my brain had like this weird disconnect where it's trying to make out a human face, and it wasn't there. The features for a human face weren't there. It was maybe more of a brow ridge, more deep sunk eyes. I never really saw the eyeballs. It just looked like black pits, but I think it was more from an angle, nothing, like super spooky or anything, just the way the angle was and how deep set the eyes were. And then like the fur, like either had long hair or whatever that kind of covered, like maybe blew across its nose or something, because I really didn't see the nose. That was what threw me off, because it was sort of like something was kind of covering the nose from, like, say, one side of its face to the other. And that's why, at one point I thought it was like a mask, like a scarf. But again, it didn't, the actual skin tone didn't match the skin tone of a human being and stuff. It was just, so I think there was like a hair kind of blowing across its face, kind of covering its face. And
I gotcha.
and that's
yeah.
And that's really about all I really saw of the face. What really kind of was like got me thinking about it was a couple, I don't know, sometime later. For some reason, my mom bought a coconut, and one side of the coconut was flat and dark. And I remember just staring at that coconut like, I've seen this thing before. It's like a deja vu moment, because that coconut, the way the hair on the coconut kind of covered the flattened side of the coconut and stuff, it was very similar to what I saw.
Yeah, and I'm curious, how far away from you was it when you first saw it? I mean, I realize we're going 40 years back, but
yeah, it's probably. I'm trying to be good with distances here. 30 feet, maybe.
So relatively 40? Close. Yeah, really. Yeah, not like it's a football field away or anything.
Right. Yeah. And like the thing that was just, I had such a hard time concentrating on it, because the fur just seemed, or the hair, it just blended in with the trees behind him. Like I said, it was not like the cloaking thing, just the coloring. And then like the coloring of it, I think like I had a hard time figuring out where his arms and his legs were, because I think at first I was looking at his feet, but because he blended and because he was kind of walking at an angle and everything, and then blending in with those trees, I think sometimes I saw his arms and thinking, oh, those are his legs, or sometimes I saw his legs thinking, oh, those are his arms, because it was so tall. I wasn't expecting seeing something that tall, and it was just a weird, my brain just had a hard time wrapping around it.
Yeah, and I think that's normal. Do you think he was watching you guys, or do you think you stumbled upon him?
I don't know if he was watching us per se. We were kind of noisy kids. He probably was. My guess is he was probably doing whatever big feet do in their
big feet
during their time. And
he said big feet.
A bunch of noisy kids started coming down this path, and he maybe at first thought, well, I'll just stay here. Maybe they won't notice me. And we happened to stop right there and decided to climb that hill right where he was at. Even though he's across the way, maybe he was concerned we might spot him, and maybe he thought, well, I can get to this gully and go on around him. And then, then my dog started walking around. Maybe he was afraid the dog would notice him and cause trouble. I don't know. But I mean, for whatever reason, he didn't really he didn't yell, didn't scream, didn't, if it wasn't for the fact I turned around and happened to see that, I don't think we would have ever noticed or had any idea. We didn't smell any odors, and no rocks or acorns or anything being thrown.
It's not chocolates, it's keyboard keys. As for how I am doing, I've been feeling kind of like shit recently. It's because I think been fucking up my sleep schedule, so my body is just trying to struggle to be awake at all these different hours of the day. Get to hear about the surgery having gone well, though. Ah! Smell some water. Hopefully everything goes well. There's kitty hairs. Fuck. You don't belong on the keyboard.
Bananas or pine cones or anything. In fact, I was trying to rack my brain, after all this time, because I didn't know about the whole pine cone pebble throwing stuff. I was trying to rack my brain and remember was there ever a time that we had that, and us being ignorant kids, we're just blaming one of the other kids, stop that, not realizing it might have come from another part of the trees or something. But I can't remember anything like that.
So there really wasn't, nothing else really happened. This was only kind of the sighting on the property.
Yeah, and about as far as sightings that I know of, that's really about it. The only other thing that we had, I think I mentioned to you is I can't remember if it was like maybe a couple weeks later or something. My family walked down that same 2-track to go, I don't know, go fishing or something. And while we were walking, there was a spot, and there was a bare foot, like right in the middle of like the 2-track. I'm not
bare feet,
and it wasn't humongous size, but it was one bare foot, and it wasn't from any of us. And I even brought up, hey, Mom, you remember I thought I saw Bigfoot through here, and there's and she's like, oh no, it's probably from one of the neighbor ladies or something down here. But that didn't make any sense to me, because it was like,
yeah, tomorrow is your last day, right? For the week. I think I always hate when I lose my my ability to control my sleep schedule. Like some days I just feel like so awful that I can't even wake up when I'm in my normal awake times. Or go to sleep at my normal sleeping times. Always sucks.
well, wouldn't you see like more than one footprint, I mean, or even if she like had to take off her flip flops or something, when you see the track of the flip flop, or something. And, that never made sense. It was just one print in the middle of the 2-track. And, I would just think you would see more. And I don't know if it was, maybe it was somebody else that walked down there. It just didn't make sense to me that there would just be this one.
And most people don't take their shoes off in areas like that. You're talking 2 tracks. It's probably muddy. It's probably deep. Right. It's broken up. And who's going to walk through that? You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, and it wasn't humongous. So if it was a track of a Sasquatch, the only thing I can think it was, a younger Sasquatch, an adolescent of some sort, maybe, or, a child. But, and maybe still strong enough that they can, make great strides, that if we had looked off that 2-track, maybe we would have seen, another track, but we just didn't go that.
And then you try to fix it, but the then brain go full zombie, and then nya-oo-woo becomes my default response. Nya-oo-woo.
Do that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And and I get that. A lot of times loggers will find people, what they think is people out walking around bare feet in the mud. And I remember, I've had loggers contact me, and they'll say, hey, I found these tracks, but they look human. I think a human was up there walking around. And yeah, they do look human, but when you look at a Bigfoot's foot, it kind of looks human. You know what I mean? It's but it's hard to say. What do you think that Sasquatch?
What? When you look at a Bigfoot's foot, it looks human? These guys just like looking at big feets. Big feet's feetses. They're kind of like Kiro, kind of like, but not exactly.
Just Scott, what's your opinion?
Oh gosh. Ask me in 15 minutes and I'll probably give you a different answer. But listening to some of the podcasts that I've been listening to, and listening, just different things I've pieced together. If I actually read some of the books and stuff, like what is it, the Quantum Sasquatch or the Quantum Bigfoot?
Quantum Sasquatch?
What? Moorhead, I think, wrote, and
right.
And Genesis 6 and stuff like that.
15
I'm
minutes,
beginning to think, and a few years ago I would have thought this was kind of wackadoodle, but I'm beginning to think that it might be descendants of the Nephilim. That's the only,
my goodness.
Being a Christian.
There he goes again with the Nephilim. I mean, it is, I guess, if you are biblically literate, and then It does seem quite plausible if you are willing to make the connection between the big feats and some biblical tales. Quantum and Nephilim Sasquatch.
And I kind of have to come at the universe from a certain view.
Kind of had to come, huh? We gotta make a story about quantum Nephilim big feats. Nephilim is a half angel, half demon, which is a biblical fan fiction. Biblical fan fiction? What? It's not actually in the Bible? What is the source on the story? Which book are the Nephilim mentioned in? So that I can look it up myself. I get all the keys.
Viewpoint in cosmology and stuff. And that's the only thing I can think of, that there's it's a God created thing of some sort, some kind of descendant of a God created thing anyway. And, some of the things that I've heard about, like the Book of Enoch and stuff, it gets kind of crazy that I never really thought about. And so, but I'm beginning to wonder if it's something like that, just a descendant of that. And, a lot of, I've heard, that might explain why some of them look very human and some of them don't, because from what I understand about some of the things said in the Book of Enoch, and I think there's another book called the Book of Giants. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on it. It sounds like the Nephilim did a lot of breeding with, like, not only people but animals. And I don't know if maybe somehow, some way, there was a lot of crossbreeding between those offspring. And so you have some that look more animalistic, and you have some that look more human. And therefore, maybe some of them have more animalistic tendencies and more are not as animalistic, but they might have their quick tempers from, whatever animal genes they still have or whatever. So
yeah, it's a good theory. I mean, it's hard to argue really with any theory because no one really knows. And I hope you're 100% wrong, to be honest with you, but you may not be. You know what I mean? And there is, when you start reading the historical text, there's a lot of things in there that are odd. Where they were mixing. If you believe it, they were mixing humans and animals and plants, and they were mixing everything. And the Book of Enoch goes into, even the Book of Jasher goes into that a little bit. So it is fascinating.
Apocryphal equals non-canon Bible stories. Yeah, I love Bible stories. Or BS for short. Love me some good old BS. Some good old Bible stories.
And, it is interesting, too, how some seem to have very quick, short tempers and seem to want to kill you. And people who've...
Okay, I gotta go throw this. There'll be water, so I'll be right back. Book of Enoch is not canon. XD. It's not chocolate keyboard.
Seen them, That's what they read from the face, like, I just want to kill you. Then there's other times where it's not like that. You know, the creature just gets up and kind of strolls away and doesn't really care one way or another, and there's no aggression. And so it's hard to pinpoint, you know, how they're going to react, and they're very unpredictable. And you bring a good point too. You know, some do look human and some do look more animal-like. You know, and what's that about? So there's more questions than answers. You know what I mean?
And I don't, I'm, just spitballing that maybe if there is a lot of you know, maybe interbreeding, inbreeding, and maybe many years ago there were other kind of hybrid creatures of some sort, and you just had all this crossbreeding at some point. There just might be, maybe that's where some of these other more bizarre things that people are starting to talk about, like dogmen, or the little people that I think you've talked about on some of your programs, the little hairy people and stuff. I don't know. I mean,
there's an episode of the podcast called The Little People, so I have not yet listened to that one. Maybe I'll try to track that one down after this one, and then we'll see what that one's all about. I have not yet heard of any of these little people encounters or what they're all about. Interbreeding, huh? I'm probably just gonna have to leave these keys here for a bit so they can dry.
it just gets kind of wacky doodle after a while. It's like
Wacky,
once you start believing one thing, how far do you keep believing?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, hopefully it doesn't just shock the world when it comes out one day, and hopefully people are paying attention, but I have my doubts on that. But, I really appreciate you coming on and taking the time to share your encounter, Scott, and your theories on it. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. I really enjoy your program. I really do. And I've been listening to like 2 or 3 of them a day at least. So thanks.
2 or 3 a day? What the heck? This guy's addicted like I am.
My situation was pretty mild, but I've heard so many other people that seem to really get some kind of catharsis, from being able to express their story. And, I for their story, I really appreciate you giving them a forum to do that.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the kind words. Welcome, Chuck, to the show. Chuck, thanks for coming on.
Hi. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here. It's nice to have a local on. And I know you were just saying your first encounter actually happened in Louisiana. And I'd kind of like to start with that one, and then we'll talk about what happened in Oregon. If you would, tell us what happened. What did you see in Louisiana?
So it was about 12 years ago. I think I was about 15 at the time. Had just got a new girlfriend, and we were living in, like, off of Highway 1 in Blanchard, Louisiana. We were about 30 minutes away from Falk, Arkansas. And I just got a new girlfriend, and she texted me, and she's like, "Hey, why don't you come over? My parents are asleep." Me being the rambunctious teenager,
what the heck?
Sure. So, waited for my parents to go to sleep, and I opened up my window, super quiet.
Babe, come over. My parents aren't home.
I started to kind of put myself out the window so I could still stay quiet, so I wouldn't wake anybody up. And from my window to like our fence line is a good 20, 30 feet. And something told me, "Hey man, why don't you look up?" And so whenever I do, I like slowly start panning over to the fence line, and I see big chest, like lots of long, like auburn, I guess, like reddish colored hair, just like breathing. Like I could see the chest like inhale.
I gotta grab my next project. Might take a while to get it. Fuck. Because it's up high on my whatever. Don't have anything else to listen to, so I'll just keep the story going. Up is part of it, but you guys will get to hear it.
Like expanding and contracting just because something breathing. Didn't want to look any higher, and I said nope. So I went back in my house, looked down at my phone. I was about to text my girlfriend and tell her, "Hey, I don't really feel like coming out tonight." But she just texted me and said, "Where are you?" And I was like, I guess I'll head over there. So I grabbed this little hunting knife that that my dad had bought me a couple years before, and kind of like strapped it to my belt and like hung myself out the window again.
Greater than
and
women.
I heard whatever I saw walking away from where I was heading, so popped out and went over and whenever I met up with my girlfriend that night. And that was
the things we'll do for women. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. But I mean, after that point, I know like I never went anywhere without something.
Yeah,
like a shotgun or some kind of knife or something on me.
Yeah, and it has a long history of it down there. What did you? How far away from it from this thing were you when you were
hey,
out of the window?
So when did you get in here?
20 feet or so.
Oh wow,
20
really
feet.
close.
Yeah, super
really
close.
Okay, what happened at the cat watches? I missed it. Is there a spooky monster? Big chest, auburn hair. Was it this dude almost canceled a date because he was afraid of big feet. What the heck?
Like I could see, like I can make out a very defined chest. Like I could actually see like it breathing. Like I could see its chest and rib cage expanding as it took a breath in. I could hear all that. And for whatever reason, I didn't look up at its face. I just stopped at its chest because I was like, I don't want to look this thing in the eyes. And we've had like around that area, we've had like animals go missing all the time, and everyone's just like, oh, it's a coyote. Oh, it's a cougar. It's a pig. It's nothing.
What did you think it was when you saw it, or did you know what it was?
I mean, I was kind of a nerd back in high school. I mean, I still am. I was a big nerd back in high school, and so I had been like really avid into Sasquatch, and I had seen like the Legend of Boggy Creek whenever I was in 8th grade, so maybe like 4 years before then. And so I was like, huh, possibly a Sasquatch. Who knows?
Yeah, that's interesting. Wonder if it heard you coming out of the window, knew you were coming out. And I find it funny, though, because, me now, I'd be like, no woman's worth that. I'm going to stay here and,
No woman's
worth that. But at 15, I could see myself going, I'll take my chances. You know what I mean? I got a knife. I'm good to go.
Yeah, there was a part of me that I was like, oh, it's a big fascination because I love Sasquatch. I loved watching all the documentaries. I just loved watching any movie about that. It was super cool. And I was like, holy crap, that's actually what I'm seeing. Girlfriend wants me to come over. Might as well go ahead and do that. Because I figured it was safe because it was walking in the opposite direction, like deeper into the woods, and I was going away from the woods, so I figured I'd be safe.
50 cents.
Did you tell anyone? Did you ever tell your parents or anything?
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah,
they
thought I was crazy.
You get in here?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, it's probably just a homeless man. I was like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I can see that. So you moved to Oregon, and tell me about what happened in Oregon.
Okay, this was actually like super recent, like around my birthday. I had just turned 27, and we live 30 minutes from Vernonia.
You can go to the arcades.
We like go camping out there. And me and my girlfriend.
This is not for the arcades. This is for the surgeries. Which I gotta save up for. Because that bitch is fucking expensive. That's what all these are for. Got this one, and then I also have this one. I'm saving up for plastic surgery. Turn up light. Saving up for plastic surgery. Not sure how much is in here. Probably a couple dollars. The other chat is YouTube.
We also like to go.
If you do not like a Twitch pre-roll ads and such, you can head over to the YouTube stream. If you have Amazon Prime, you can use your Amazon Prime Gaming to subscribe on Twitch. And that'll help me afford my plastic surgeries. Easy peasy. Or you can also tip. Oh no, I don't have my keyboard. I think you just type in head pats. I think. No! Okay, this is age. No. This is age. Okay, there you go. Hey, is it head pat or head pats? I don't know if it's plural. I think it's plural. Oh, no, okay. What the heck doesn't have a link? You lied to me. You lied it to me. I think it's here on, yeah. You type it here on Twitch. Okay, so I think this should work. Okay, there's the link. I'll paste that over onto the YouTubes as well. What the heck? The link doesn't show up? It kills links! What the heck? Or does it? I don't see it on my screen. But I think the link is actually there. What if I pin? Will that show it? Okay, that does show. I don't know why it doesn't show the link there on my thingy. Whatever. Yeah, I don't see it at all. That's so weird. But anyway, I'm saving up for surgery, so that's what all this is for. And if you want, you can help, which I greatly appreciate.
We come night hiking. It's super fun. You basically just stay on the trail. It's usually 1 or 2 miles. Not that bad.
What
well,
the
this
heck?
day we
How'd this happen?
decided to go night hiking.
Oh my goodness.
And we wanted to just go on like a horse trail, so it was a paved
horse trail.
So
huh?
there's less chance
Count all
of
over again?
falling off, hurting yourself, or getting lost and all that kind of stuff because it's literally just a paved trail through the woods. Well, so we park in Stub Stewart, and then we walk to the horse trail.
Oh hey, at Game Pulse, when did you get in here?
I see. We're loaded up with all of our gear because we know it's about 4 miles. It's like a 4 mile till the end of it, and then like a 2 mile walk back. And
does it want to work?
We start walking into it, and my girlfriend's kind of scared, just because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We're in the middle of the woods. And, you have every right to be a little spooked out. Well, we're walking, and we're no more than 100 yards into this trail, and we're hearing snaps, and we're hearing like something walking on the left side of the trail towards us. And so, I'm kind of sitting there. I'm like, we do see a bunch of black-tailed deer over here a lot because it's out of season, so they know they can be seen. Plus, there's campgrounds over here. People feed them, so they're not really afraid of humans. Well, we hear like a really big thud. I wouldn't call it like a tree knock or anything, but it felt like something heavy hit the ground. And so it's like, okay, not really paying attention to that and thinking it's just deer.
Look with your looking.
We take
look with your
maybe
dinner.
a couple
Try
more
not to
steps,
burn it
and all
or
of a sudden
choke
we
on
hear
it.
like 3 very deep, very distinct grunts. And
Grunts?
I hear it. I stop. I was like,
he hears a grunt. You think they're yelling their suicide plasminating? Or what else could they be yelling? They could be yelling, hey, room for me?
Okay, I'm not going to say anything unless my girlfriend heard
5
it.
p.m.
And I turned around and looked at her, just to look in her face, and she's like, yep. She heard it.
7 p.m. for me. I haven't even had dinner yet. I needed to go do some food stuff after this, probably.
And so at that point, we stop.
What happened, buddy?
And we hear 2 things walking off to the left. I say things because never got to see them. But we hear 2 very distinct footfalls on the left side, like walking near us and kind of like circling us and trying to get, I guess, behind us towards the start of the trail. And my girlfriend says she heard something off to the right, but I personally didn't, or I would have got us out of there a lot quicker because, surrounded just me,
should
only
be 20
357 in my holster. Don't like my odds there. We hear those 3 grunts, and we start making our way out, and we get out, and that was basically the end of it. We got a little spooked, and we were just like, no, because we definitely heard something. And we didn't want to see what it was, just because, again, 3 of them, 2 of us. I don't like my odds in that situation.
Yeah, it's a little unnerving, and I get a lot of reports from Vernonia. It's such a beautiful area too.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people go, hiking through there, and
okay. Well, good luck with your dinner.
Did you ever go back?
Oh
Try not
yeah, we actually
to
went back.
try not to encounter any big feats during your dinner, or be followed by any big feats during your dinner. Me feeded the Care Bears before making to dinners for me. Yeah, I gotta figure out what dinner's gonna be for me too. I'll think about it.
This Thursday, my girlfriend was too. She was too afraid to really
She's too
go
spooked.
any night hiking, even though I had like a bigger gun with us at the time. I had my my short barrel AR-10, like in my like attached to my hiking pack. So I was like,
I'm
that's
also
fine,
ready
it'll be okay.
for any big
And
feats.
she just didn't
If
even
a
want to
big
get out of
feat
the
shows
car.
up,
So
I'm ready.
And did anything happen when you went back, or was it pretty much quiet?
no, it was pretty quiet. We didn't actually go onto the trail. We
Oh, I
went to the
gotcha.
parking area. We never even got out of the car. I
Yeah.
mean, what was it? There was a time before
That should be
that
50.
second encounter on my birthday that, because of the second encounter, it actually made me. It actually solidified what I saw.
And what happened?
Again, night hiking in Vernonia.
I got a humble brag too.
We get
See?
down the main road, and then we do about a mile and a
I
half.
got
We
my
turn
I
around,
got my tools
and
ready.
we had seen a
I'm
bunch
ready.
of black-tailed deer off to the left side of us. And we stop, we shine. I'm like, "Oh, hey deer, hello, how are you?"
Always got a humble brag.
And not thinking anything of it, I grab a flashlight, and I start shining it onto the right side of the road, like looking to see if there's any more deer coming out.
That's how many dimes? 50?
And as I'm shining the light over and panning it, left to right, I see something taller. What looked like it had long hair and upright on two.
Might be the easiest to just separate all the different coins first, and then from there we'll start packing them up.
Two legs, move further to the right, away from the light, and duck behind a tree. And so I was like, okay. I just kind of ushered my girlfriend back to the cabin. I was like, hey, let's just go ahead and get back, and just on the off chance that what I saw was real, let's not be here anymore. I thought I saw like a human shape, like a larger human shaped thing on two legs with some long dark fur, and we were across from 10 or 15 black-tailed deer, and I was like, okay, so I don't want to. It's probably hunting. I don't want to be caught in the middle of it because we are a lot slower than deer, and I probably taste better than them. So
yeah,
let's go ahead and get out of there.
So that happened before.
I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure that I've heard that there's not a lot of nutritional value or taste for human meats, but humans might, maybe, probably, possibly be better sport in terms of the chase and everything. So that might be part of it. I think that part's more accurate than humans tasting yummy from what I have heard a couple of scientists say. Tastes better, huh?
Did that happen before the other incident
Yes.
or after?
Yes, it happened
Oh, I gotcha.
probably 2 or 3 weeks before, and I was just like, I might have saw something. I might have just imagining it.
Yeah, curiosity getting you, man.
yeah.
That's why you went back.
Oh yeah,
He can't fool
definitely.
me. I know why you went back. You wanted to go back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not even gonna lie. I was definitely like, yeah, let's go and see if it's real. I want to see this thing. I want to prove that it exists. That's just
He's Fox
just who
Bolter.
I am. Because there's always this
I
big
want
debate,
to
but it's
believe.
like there's proof out there. You can't just say no if you're not willing to go.
No. Bugs, no. Human meats is similar to pork's, which is not that healthy. Also, cannibalism leads to genetic defects. I think that's only if you eat the brains. I think like other muscle groups, like your thighs and stuff, probably aren't as damaging. I'm pretty sure from what I've heard. The issue is when you eat human brain that you get that one disease thingy, whatever it is. I never remember what it's called, but pretty sure that's what's the issue with eating humans.
Look,
Yeah, it's true. Did you tell your girlfriend what you saw that day? Or did you...
Yeah. After we after we were safely back in the cabins.
Is that
I
why
mean,
zombie
safe is a relative
brains,
word.
zombies
Yeah, I'd be
Yeah.
careful doing
eats
those
his
night
brain
hikes out
dead?
there, man. Like I said, I've
Maybe.
had
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of encounters from that area. But I will say, actually, from that particular area, the encounters I've heard have been pretty mild.
Oh
They
yeah.
don't really seem to. I can't really think of anyone I've talked to from Vernonia or the surrounding area that really has had an aggressive encounter out there. It seems like they're more, I don't know what the word is, laid back. You know, they
Yeah.
seem more chilled out there. Um,
Oh yeah.
do,
Like they like I don't know. Whenever we went out there and they didn't like show themselves and I didn't feel like they were being aggressive. But yeah, I was kind of on edge at that time.
yeah, I can
Uh,
imagine. I can imagine. What do you think Sasquatch is, Charles? What's your
I mean,
opinion?
it's got to be an animal. Gigantopithecus existed. They have fossil
Gigantopithecus.
records of it. It was found in China and Mongolia, and then around the time the whole land bridge came, and from its fossils, they say it's omnivorous. So it was probably a pneumatic creature, and it followed the animals over the land bridge and the land bridge
Ogre,
crossed
the land
Russia,
bridge.
Alaska, and then into the Pacific Northwest. So logic says it has to be. It has to be a creature that has existed, and it's probably just around or still around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, be careful doing those night hikes, man. You guys have any plans on going back?
Yeah, I'm working for the next couple weeks, so after that we probably will.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to come on and share, man. I enjoyed talking
No,
with you.
yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, if you ever want to join me on one of these night hikes, you feel free to, man.
Yeah, I might take you up on that. I'll come armed to the teeth, though. Hope that's okay.
We
But
all have
I've
the
got an
guns.
AR-10, a
there you go.
300 Win Mag,
More
a
gun,
millimeter
humble
pistol, and a
bragging.
357. So
Yeah,
feel free to use my arsenal.
absolutely. I might take you up on that. Thank you again, Charles.
All right, no problem, Wes. Have a good day.
I have so many fucking dimes, what the heck?
Let's jump back into the show. I want to welcome John to the show. John, thanks for coming on.
It's John CJG.
Oh, thanks for having me, Wes. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you
Got a
being
fucking
here.
dollar.
And I know with your first encounter, it kind of made me think of
It's
the
about
second
hair.
encounter with the dog man. But in order to get to that story, I guess we got to tell the first one, the first story that happened in Nova Scotia. And if you would you mind starting from the beginning and tell us what happened?
Sure. So I was in summer of, I believe I was going into grade 8, and it's about 9 or 10 o'clock at night. My brother and his friends had a campfire down in the field. So we have a big field in behind the house, and we have a little path, and there's another little field,
No.
and it's
You stay
surrounded by
over
woods.
there.
So my brother
I'm
and
gonna
his
pick up my
friends, they're
keys.
probably in their, they're probably 16, 17 years old at this time. I'm like, I believe I was 12,
Got
13 years old.
$1,
So they were
$2,
basically down there just having a fire pit,
$3,
hot dogs, hanging out.
$4.25.
They ended up all
Keep
leaving,
these
jumping in their
separately.
cars and taking off, kind of thing, for the night.
Kira has been in VC for 47 hours. Let's see if he can go for the world record.
So my mom sent me down to go pick up after them, pick up all the food and all the condiments and everything. So, this summer I remember I had a shorts and t-shirt on, and I walked down there with a flashlight and a grocery bag in my hand, and I was never scared of the woods, especially my backyard. I was always back there. So I walked down, went through the little path, and went to clean up their mess, basically, and I was putting stuff in the grocery bag, and then all of a sudden I just hear this crazy growl coming from the woods, and it was pitch black by this time. I mean, I remember the moon shining, that's about it, and my flashlight, and that's pretty much all the light I had. So I remember this just growl coming through the woods, and it was so loud that it sounded like, I don't know, it just sounded like a huge dog, or like almost like there was like some crazy monster that's in the woods kind of thing, and it was growling
Crazy
so loud.
monster.
It was just going through my chest, and I could feel it in my body kind of thing. So I shone the flashlight into the woods, didn't see a thing.
That's $5 there.
And then I kind of growled again, and I got scared, and I honestly dropped the bag full of stuff. I dropped my flashlight because I could hear this thing moving, and then all of a sudden it was moving faster and faster, and I could hear the branches in the trees crashing, and It sounded like a freight train coming through the woods. So I dropped everything, started booting it back to the house, went through the little path, and once I got through the little path to the big field, all I could see was my house porch light and the kitchen light on, and that's what I was focusing on. So when I was running, that's what all I was really staring at. This whole time, I felt like this thing was behind me, chasing me. I could feel everything around me kind of move a little bit, so whatever it was felt like it was huge and heavy kind of thing, right? So I just booked it back to the house. I ran in, flung open the door, and my mom was in the kitchen, and I'm pale white basically, and she's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" And I was like, "Nothing." I was like, "Something scared me down there." I was like, "I don't know what it was, but it chased me." And my mom was kind of like, "Oh yeah." She's like, "It's nothing. It was probably a coyote or something like that." Because we have a lot of coyotes back there and deer, but I know whatever it was not a coyote.
That ain't no
So I
coyote.
basically went in, and my dad came out, and he's like, "What's wrong?" I was like, "Nothing." I was like, I got spooked, and
You got spooked.
that's the type of guy that he was an older guy and had a lot of heart problems, but I knew he would have grabbed one of his guns and went down there looking for it if I told him what I really thought it was. I didn't know what it was, to be honest with you, but I know it was huge, and it was no little, no coyote or even a wolf. It was bigger than that and bigger than a.
Is a wolf?
To me, it felt like bigger than a bear. It felt like a person was chasing me, and I know it wasn't a person. Whoever it was on 2 feet. So that's pretty much that story. I was scared. My parents, we never locked the door at night. I grew up in the country, and everybody knew each other. My brothers weren't playing a game on me. They were all gone in town. So I know they weren't there. And after that, I asked my parents to basically start locking the door every night.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Did you guys go back down there to ever get the stuff?
Yeah, that's me as a New Yorker. I lock the door every night. Because there are a bunch of... I don't know if they're big feet, but they are monkey-like creatures who are prowling the streets, who may or may not be dangerous.
And the stuff you
that night, we didn't go down. My mom just said we'll get it in the morning, kind of thing, because it was just like a pack of hot dogs and like a ketchup and a relish and a mustard bottle, right? So the next day, my dad and I went down there, and hot dogs were all gone, all eaten. The hot dog wrapper was still laying on the ground.
What the heck?
And the bag was ripped open.
They ate my fucking hot dogs. Fuck these guys. Go shoot them up.
And then like all the condiments and stuff were kind of like spread out all over that little lawn that happened on by the campfire. But I didn't really, at the time, I didn't even think to look for anything. Didn't even look to, we didn't see anything else. Basically, it was just all shredded and torn apart.
Yeah, the one thing I find really interesting about your encounter, and we'll get to what you saw that one day with the dog man, but when you went home that night and you were telling me about the dreams you were having, and I was telling you, I don't mean to sound like a hippie, but I think sometimes our subconscious sees more than our eyes do. I'm a firm believer in that. But tell everyone about the dream you were having after this incident.
So that very same night, I basically, it was getting late, and I was creeped out and didn't want to tell anybody. Didn't want my parents think I was going, nuts basically. But I'm only like, I'm about 12, 13 years old. I go to bed that night.
Eat all the wieners.
Dream.
Spread the condiments all over
Basically,
the
in my
place.
dream, all the bedrooms are upstairs in my house. So my bedroom, my brother's bedroom, and my parents' bedroom. And then the kitchen and living room's downstairs in the bathroom.
My thingy is too big. It keeps getting stuck in there once I stuff it in there. Look. My thingy's too big.
So in my dream, all these wolves came into my house, searched. They were in the kitchen. Sounds funny, but they were in the fridge, like rooting through the fridge for stuff. They were going up the stairs. And basically, when they come up the stairs in my dream, they're coming towards my bedroom, and I woke up. I woke up sweating and panicking. My heart was like racing. So yeah, that was that very same night.
Well, and I'd like you to talk about some of the. Yeah, and I appreciate you sharing that. And I want you to talk about some of the weird things that happened outside of Bigfoot, or outside of this incident. But what I find interesting is you were telling me about the graveyard, which isn't far from that place.
Here.
Tell us about that. What you saw in the graveyard that day. What were you doing, and and what happened, if you wouldn't mind going into it.
Yeah, sure. It's really hard to talk about because I've only told it to you actually. So this would probably be about a year later. I was down it's probably about 4 or 5 kilometers, like 4 kilometers in Canada, but 4 or 5 kilometers from my house. And I was down at some of my friends. We were all, little couples. We had our girlfriends and we're watching these movies and stuff. And
watching spooky movies.
me and my buddy decided that, it's time to go home because it was getting around probably 7, 8 o'clock at night. And him and I were walking up the road, and then at the end of her road, he would go left and I would go right to go home. So we kind of talking about the girls and stuff, having fun. We were in really, really good spirits kind of thing. Just young kids having fun, right? So I went right. He went left. So I was walking home, and it's getting a little dark now, and like it's getting foggy out and stuff like that. Still nothing really crossed my mind. I was just walking home like on any other day. And I come up this little hill, and there's a cemetery on the right. And I'm just walking, and something catches my eye coming down the cemetery because there's like trees and it's foggy. So I see this huge figure, believe it or not, with almost like it was like a wolf's face, and it's on 2 feet, and it's walking down at the end of the driveway of the cemetery.
2 feet.
And as soon as I see it, I stop in my tracks, and I'm just staring at it, trying to figure out what it is, if it's somebody in a costume or what's going on. But when I took a good look at it, it looked like
20.
Like the werewolf from Silver Bullet, to be honest with you. It had gray and like kind of not curly hair, but just I guess thinned out hair. So it almost looked like a
18
summer coat on a dog or something. I don't know. It was just like a gray and then silver, and it was huge, muscly. The legs were muscled. The shoulders were broad and big, and the thing wasn't even looking at me at first. It was facing across the road. And this is like a two-lane road. It's not used very, very often, especially at night, so there's not a ton of traffic on it. So while I'm staring at it, I'm frozen, and basically I felt like I was frozen in time with this thing. I'm staring at it, and then all of a sudden it looks over to the left where I'm standing, and I'm probably a good, I don't know how many, I'm not good with distance, but I'd say, I don't know, maybe 100 feet, 200 feet away from it, like a little ways away, I guess, right? And it just stares at me for a second, and then looks straight ahead and puts his nose in the air.
He's a stare bear.
And brings his head down, and his mouth is open, and I can see his teeth, like a dog's on the scent of something. And it's just has his mouth open and is breathing hard, like it was tracking something basically. And it puts his head down, looks over at me one more time, puts his head straight, and almost 2 steps across the road. That's all it took. And then once it's on the other side of the road, it got down on all fours and took off through the woods.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating. That's not far from your home, right? He said, what, 4 or 5 kilometers away?
No, it's probably, maybe not even that, maybe like a 15, 20-minute walk.
Oh, wow. That's really close. What did you think it was? What did you think you were looking at the time?
Honestly, in my head, I thought it was somebody. At first, I thought it was somebody playing a trick on me.
It's a YouTube prankster.
Then I started thinking, like, who would do this, and who could afford something that crazy, like to look that good, right?
A YouTuber, that's who.
And then I just thought, I didn't know what to think, honestly. Like that's what I thought at first. Then I started looking at it a little harder when I was staring at it, because it was staring straight ahead, so it still didn't notice me at this point. But when it looked at me, I knew it was something that was real and something not from this world, to be honest with you. Scared the shit out of me, excuse my language. But it just kind of freaked me out, and then it took off. So it looked like a wolf man is what I call it. But,
yeah, and I was telling you, I get a lot of reports of those, from cops that have almost hit them, and I don't know what to make of.
Maybe instead of werewolves, people turn into were-monkeys. Well, this one was a doggy, apparently, so... This one is the Dogman story, as opposed to the Big Feets. They talk about Dogman occasionally on this show. I I don't know if they talk about gnomes, however, because gnomes I still need to study some more about. Uh, maybe that's what the little people that episode's gonna be about. This episode has like 20 more minutes, so after this one, we'll go find the Little People's episode.
The Dogman. You get a lot of reports too. I've heard of them coming out of graveyards, and I've been trying to put together what Dogman is. And there is a history of it, but I don't know if we're all talking about the same thing. Like with the Sumerians and the Egyptians, they talked about Anubis, and he was the god, he was a guardian of the underworld. And I find it strange that I've had a lot of Dogman reports around graveyards, which is weird. What you saw, would you say it was physical, or was it more of like a ghost?
Definitely 100% physical.
Physical, yeah. That's what everyone says. Strange, man.
Yeah, I could see the fur and skin on this thing. You could tell it was thick. It wasn't a ghost. It was just I could tell it was there and it knew I was there, and I'm just happy that it didn't want me. Whatever. That's why I think it was tracking something, or it was going. It knew where it was going. It could have had me in a second.
Yeah, I already had plans, and it was already going somewhere, and you were more or less just a nuisance, that had to stop and look at you. Thank God, because a lot of reports of people get close to them, they're very aggressive, and a lot of people think they're gonna die when they're too close to that thing. Did you? And you hadn't told anyone about that?
No, I've kept that since a secret since I was 12 years old. I was 12 or 13, but I've never told anybody that story just because I've seen it in my dreams, to be honest with you, and I've seen it, I think about it. I've always thought about it over years. I'm 41 now, and I've always thought about that moment and how crazy it was, just that I've seen it myself, but I know what I saw. It was like if somebody said, "Oh, you were just seeing things," there's no way, because the face on this thing it was almost like it was smiling at me, but I think it was more of attracting something, and had his mouth watering, like he wanted to eat something, right? So.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was chasing like a deer or something like that, but
yeah, it's fascinating.
That was the scariest moment of my life.
I can imagine, man. I can imagine.
How that
so
tickles.
It's interesting that you saw that. It makes me wonder if that's what originally was kind of chasing you back to the house. Especially after you start having dreams about wolves and coming into your home. I'm telling you, man, there's something to that.
Yeah.
I really think. And I don't mean to sound like a hippie, but I really think there's something to our subconscious. I think it sees more than what we see with our eyes. Did anything else strange happen around that home?
It did. So like I was telling you earlier, unfortunately, when my dad passed away, that's where he was buried, in that same cemetery. So like I was telling you before, like after, every time I go back there to see him, I go back a few times a year just to pay my respect, and I don't like going in there. I mean, it has nothing to do with him passing away. I just always get that eerie feeling, and it takes me back to that moment when that happened, right?
Okay, so I guess I don't have enough dimes or nickels for anymore, so just have to keep these in the in here again.
Yeah, definitely.
Another reason I probably didn't tell anybody either, because it might make them feel uncomfortable that our dad's buried there, but that incident happened. But also another time in the same backyard of just a couple kilometers away, where that other incident happened with the campfire and the hot dogs and everything. I was back there on our four wheelers, so me and my buddies would go back there. There's a bunch of four wheeler trails, and we used to do that all the time, kind of thing, right? But I'd always go with a buddy, and I'd always go in the daytime, right? By this time, I knew there's something in the woods. So this is like maybe like the same year, like a year later after all these other two incidents. So actually probably a couple of years. I think I was 15 or 16. So my dad had this old four-wheeler, and I used to take it back there, and I'd always get a couple of buddies of mine, and they get their dad's four-wheelers. So this one time, used to go back there quite often, never see anything, just see like deer or whatever. I always felt like something was watching me back there, no matter what I was doing. If I was walking through the woods or taking the four-wheeler back there, I always felt something odd back there. So the one day we went out all day, And at the end of the day, we were coming back, and we were going back these trails back towards my house. So they're all in behind that field that all that other thing happened. And so I'm following my buddy. So it's me. I'm on the back. I'm on the 4-wheeler driving. My buddy's on his 4-wheeler with my other friend. They're both on his 4-wheeler. So I'm in the back, and we're just putting along this open trail. And there's no trees around. There's nothing really around. It's just like a road. I could put both arms out sideways and not touch nothing, basically, right? So while I'm riding this thing, something grabs my arm. Like it felt like a big hand on my shoulder, on my right shoulder. And when he grabbed my arm, he pulled back on my shoulder. It twisted because I had both hands on the 4-wheeler, of course. So when he grabbed my shoulder, he twisted my arms also, and my hands. And my 4-wheeler, I wasn't going fast, but the 4-wheeler actually turned right and kind of like hit into a tree. And I looked back right away because I know something grabbed my shoulder. At the time, I thought it was a ghost, to be honest with you. I don't know what it was, but
The spooky ghost.
Grabbed my shoulder, I turned to the right, hit the tree. My friends were just up ahead a little bit. They stopped and they came back and they're like, "What's wrong?" And same thing. I'm like, I'm pale white, and these guys are like, "What's wrong with you? What happened?" I'm like, "Man, something grabbed my shoulder and twisted me, right?" And they're like, "Well, we don't see anything." And we got out and looked around. We didn't see anything at all, but I know for sure something grabbed me. I don't know what it was, but there's nobody living back there. Or, our neighbors wouldn't have done anything like that.
50?
Yeah, that's pretty unnerving.
50, that's 50,
that's really unnerving. Do you mind talking about the entity that you saw? And if you don't want to, we don't have to, John. But I think it's fascinating because I've heard it so many times off the air.
So when I was same house, same property that I've been talking about these other encounters. My brother ended up moving out, so I ended up taking his room, and his room is located when you come up the stairs. You would see his room. You'd be facing his bedroom. So I took over his bedroom when I was 16, 17 years old. Every time I go laying in bed, I'd watch TV. So my bed was facing where if I was laying down watching TV, I'd be looking out the hallway, basically, right? So I've got the TV on, and I'd always go up around 10, 11 o'clock, just like any teenager, go watch TV before you go to bed. And I'd always feel my parents would be in bed also, and they always shut their door. Nobody else was living in the house, and all the lights were off except for the TV. And I'd always feel basically somebody watching me out in the hallway. Not every single night, but usually a couple of times a month at least, or once a week. I'd always feel like this. Basically, I look out and I see this big shadow of a person with a top hat on. And
it's a shadow
it always
person.
freaked me out and creeped me out, but I never told my parents because I didn't want my mom to be scared because she didn't like talking about ghosts or anything like that. I always knew something was there and something was weird. He'd always come out 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock in the morning.
The shadow man. That's where it is.
20, 30 minutes, and I'd blink and he'd be gone, and then I wouldn't see nothing. And sometimes I'd hear stuff at night in the walls and stuff like that, but I always blame that on maybe an animal or something. I don't know. But I always hear scratching in my walls in my bedroom actually too. But this thing, I never felt like it was a threat. I just felt like it was just eerie and odd that he would stand there and stare at me. And then this is, like I said, I'm 41 now. So last
it's a
year,
stare bear with a top hat.
Talking to my brother, and we were having a few beers, and we were shooting darts, and I started telling him about it.
Yeah, shadow man.
I said, you know what? I was like, when I took your bedroom over, I'd always see this stuff.
I don't know if I've heard reports of or any similar thingies where people refer to a shadow man as a demon. It's possible, but I have not heard of that situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Weird figure out in the hallway, and I go when I watch TV late at night, and he said to me, he goes, "You seen a black shadow man with a top hat?" And when he told me that, I got chills and almost passed out because I couldn't believe that. He actually told me, he goes, "I used to see the same thing when I stayed in that bedroom." That house was over 100 years old, but at the same time, I never really got the true story when I was younger, and I didn't mention this when we talked earlier, but something weird happened in that house. that locals kind of told me, like kids told me, like something about a man and his daughter actually passed away when she was really young, I think. I don't know how though, so I don't know if it was like, and he passed away, so I don't know if it was
I need 2 more pennies. Quick, send me 2 more pennies.
him coming back to like check on her and thought, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I've heard that entity showing up from other listeners. They'll say, "Hey, I got to tell you this, but I don't want to say it on the air." And I remember the first time I heard it, I thought, well, maybe it's someone who, like what you just said, maybe some guy died. It's kind of weird he has a top hat on, but I believe you. And then I didn't hear about it again, and then I had another listener from a completely different state tell me the exact same story, and the top hat and everything. Can't see his face. He's black, from head to toe.
What the heck? He's black.
And he just kind of watches, and it's not really like aggressive poltergeist activity. I've never heard of it. Everyone that's told me of seeing this entity, he just kind of stands there and watches. He doesn't really throw anything at you. He doesn't, attack you.
The cat watches, and the shadow man watches. Ah! Maybe the shadow man is actually the spirit of a cat who has come back. Papa Spook, yeah. The spirit of a cat who has come back to the human realm. And our eyes are unable to completely decipher the cat, and so our eyes, trying to find people, imagines the shadowy blob in the figure of a man, and the kitty's ears in the darkness sort of look more like a top hat as opposed to actual kitty ears. So maybe the cat does watch. The cat watches and the cat stares. And so maybe that's what Shadow Man is.
It's just kind of bizarre. You know what I mean? If you ever get a chance to look it up, Shadow Man, Top Hat Man, I forget, they call him something. But I've heard it many, many times. And, your brother telling you is confirmation, really, of what you saw.
Yeah, my brother's not somebody, he's a country guy. Like, he's not one to tell you about, like, ghosts and stuff like that. Like he's a pretty laid back guy, but I was very, very surprised when he told me that he's seen the same thing when he used to live in the same bedroom, right?
And
so that was really creepy.
Yeah.
The spook man cometh.
Yeah, were you ever able to see a face or eyes or anything with it?
No, to be honest with you, I just seen this black figure, and sometimes I would say, "Dad, what are you doing, Dad? Or Dad, are you out there?" Because I thought it might be him, right? But my dad always shut the door, and I could actually hear my dad snoring in the next bedroom when this thing's basically 2 or 3 feet from my bedroom door, just staring at me. And all I could see was a black figure with a hat, and just
the
he
cat
was still.
Stares.
He never came in my bedroom.
The stare bear.
Excuse me. He never did anything. Like, never threw anything at me or said anything, or I could never hear anything. The only thing I could ever hear was scratching the walls and stuff like that, which I don't know what. That could have been anything, I guess, but...
See, look, the scratching at the walls is because it's a kitty who's trying to use the wall as a scratching surface. The kitty just comes back to the world of the living. Because we have a bunch of materials here that are good for scratching. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Scratches the walls like a kitty. I've been pretty okay, other than my sleep schedule being all over the place. Although maybe that had something to do with the secret Patreon thingy at the end of the month. Maybe that's what caused my my sleep schedule to be all over the place and such. The 47-hour Kira VC. Maybe that's why I'm unable to sleep, because I keep wondering what the new high score for Kira is going to be. Oh fuck! I forgot I had these 2 quarters over here.
Man, I bet you'd be great in a war. He'd be the guy I'd want side by side to me in a war because you don't freak out over much. It sounds
What
like
the heck?
you know what I mean.
No, I think after that Wolfman encounter, after that, I wasn't scared too much. Like I've been in some crazy situations, and
Okay, so I got $13 here, 50 cents. I think this is like maybe $7 or $8. I'm probably not gonna be, or should I? Or should I turn in these quarters and then put it in my savings account so they can earn interest? Let's see, that's $3. It's $4. 5, 6, and then the $1 bill is $7. That was on point. On point. So 7 plus 10, 12, 13. So $20.50, and then whatever else is left in the thingy. It's not much, but every penny towards the surgeries always count, so that hopefully I can have my surgeries at some point in my lifetime. So if you want to help, you can do that.
I stay pretty calm.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, tell me what happened in North Carolina. What was the place called? Pumpkin.
So Pumpkin Town, South Carolina. This is probably, I think, let's see, I'm trying to think of what year it would have been. Let's see, I'm just sorry, but it's about 14 years ago. Because I remember I was 20 years, about 26, 27 years old. I took a trip down to Greenville, South Carolina, and I was with a couple of buddies of mine. Another one of my friends from Nova Scotia was on vacation down there with me. So there were 3 of us, 3 friends, one of my friend's brothers and his wife. And
Emoto on Twitch says, I'm pretty stressed out. We're launching a pretty big thingy tomorrow. Should go fine, but it's kind of the high point of everything we've been building towards for a few months. Fuck, I'm trying to think of the quote. I'm gonna butcher it. You are about to embark on the great crusade for which we have striven these many months. I believe that's what it is. Let me go look it up. I can't look it up because my keys are still drying. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do it though. Let's go to. Is this a dot? That's not a dot. Is this a dot? That's not a dot. Oh, here's a dot. Let's see. You are about to embark upon the Great Crusade.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the Great Crusade, toward which we have striven these many months.
No, I just cleaned it. This is a cleaning stream for spring cleaning. I don't build keyboards. It's unnecessarily expensive. I get a perfectly functioning keyboard right here. I'm not a cringe lord keyboard elitist.
the couple was in the military, so there was 4 guys and a girl. So we go out to Pumpkin Town, South Carolina, middle of nowhere, and we were going camping. So it poured rain all day long. We got out there late. Everybody went ahead and set up camp, and me and my other friend, we got there late because we were picking up beer and stuff like that. So you have to walk, basically it's a convenience store, and you have to walk a mile into the woods just to get to your campsite. And there's nobody else there. We're the only ones.
I mean, isn't it pretty expensive to build your own keyboard? Seems pretty elitist to me. Yeah, oh, whoa. Keyboard candies. There's not keyboard candies. It's keyboard keys. Ask Emoto if it's time for Donkey Donkey yet. Oh, hey, at Emoto. The Cat Watches on YouTube asks, is it time for Donkey Donkey yet? It is expensive, but does it make you an elitist? I think it does. I would call it a form of elitism. There's a price to entry that you kind of have to keep in mind, I guess.
Probably early in the season or whatever it was, but you know, we made a fire and we were hanging out, catching up on old times kind of thing, drinking a few beers. And it gets kind of like late at night, 11, 12 o'clock, and fire's kind of going down, and the rain finally stopped. We actually put up a tarp so we could hang out underneath the tarp, and we had a picnic table under there.
Emioto says, the Cat Watches, not yet, but I've been thinking about it again. I might have sometime soon. Being an elitist means you're an asshole to people who don't want to invest into a thing the way you do. I mean, I don't think that's the sole definition of elitism. I would definitely say it's the primary definition of elitism, but I would call being a keyboard building enthusiast kind of falls into that realm. It's definitely not the same for sure as.
And everybody, we all go in this military tent. We all go to bed, so we're all in our sleeping bags.
Generic elitism.
And we have my buddy's dog with us, Max. He's a Labrador. Everybody pretty much passes out. I think everybody had a lot to drink, but they're all pretty heavy sleepers. So, and I'm a super light sleeper, so I'm just about to doze off. All of a sudden, Max basically gets up and starts growling, and I can hear something coming towards the tent. And we're...
Nah, you're wrong, and I'll die in that hell. Being an enthusiast for any hobby doesn't make you an elitist. I think being an enthusiast for PCs is a proper use of the word enthusiast. But then when you go above and beyond just PCs into keyboards, which are very specific, which requires a lot of time, a lot of research, a lot of money, and I guess knowledge before you can even get into it. That seems like a bit of a elitism.
The way we're situated in the woods was the campsite, and then if you walk out of the tent, it's actually a big hill, and then there's a huge lake right in front of us. So Max starts growling, like going crazy, and I've never heard this dog growl like this before in my life. Super sweet dog. And then all of a sudden I just see this big shadow come up to the tent, and I can see it through the tent. And I'm facing the lake and the campfire. And then
computers have multiple uses. Keyboards have one use for keyboards, and other devices. It makes a whole lot more sense to spend a bunch of money on computer parts because computers are expensive to begin with. Keyboards do not need to be expensive. I think personalizing a keyboard, given the price of entry, is this one? This is one. Okay. I think the price of entry for keyboards being so high, I think it's kind of justified for sure to consider it a form of elitism. From my perspective, of course.
I see this huge shadow come up and just kind of stand there facing the tent, like it was staring at us, right? It did have like a cone-shaped head, and I wasn't even thinking about Bigfoots or anything back then.
Big feet.
Didn't know what to think. I thought it was a bear at first, but just the way it was standing up on 2 feet and long arms, I was just like, okay, this is something else. So I'm panicking,
Me is bedazzle elitist. Oh my god, me want to bedazzle me keyboards. So just because from a utilitarian perspective, one hobby is more valuable than another, partaking in that second hobby makes you an elitist. Being an elitist is looking down on people who don't spend or invest in something the way you do. Anything else is not elitist. Looking down on people who don't spend or invest in something the way you do. Possibly. I'll have to think about it.
The dog's growling. I'm trying to basically wake up everybody. Nobody would wake up. We had an axe in the tent because I don't know why we brought it in, but we didn't want to leave it out there. So I grabbed the axe and I held it, and I was still laying on the ground, and I was waiting for this thing to start ripping open the tent, and I'm ready to start swinging. But it didn't. It just stayed there, and it just stared at me for maybe a minute or two. I was trying to get Max to basically shut up and not growl because I didn't want this thing to hear him. And then the thing just walks away and walks out of sight, and I didn't sleep all night, but it just never came back, and it never did anything else.
Yeah, it's terrible. Did you tell your buddies the next morning, or did you just kind of want to go?
No.
I mean, gatekeeping is good. Gatekeeping is a super useful function that more people should encourage and partake in. Otherwise, you get a whole bunch of brain dead people who think anything and everything is part of your group as well, when you are very clearly not part of the same group.
I told them because they knew I didn't get any sleep because I woke up with that axe basically holding it on my chest. And I didn't wake up. I guess I was just laying there and maybe fell asleep for 20 minutes. But when we got up, I told them, and they were kind of didn't believe me. They're like, "Oh, you're just seeing things." But I didn't do any drugs or anything, that night.
Didn't do no drugs. Didn't do nothing. Wasn't me.
4 or 5 beers, so I know what I saw, and so does Max, right? So I didn't sleep at all that night. We drove an hour back to my buddy's house because we're staying at his parents' house.
Night?
And I was so tired, I had to go to sleep. And those guys all went back out and went to the, I think they went shopping or something like that. But I ended up sleeping all day because I didn't sleep all night last night, that night.
Yeah, I had to laugh. You're like, so does Max. If Max could talk, he'd be like, hell yeah, there was something outside of our tent. We were a team that night.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's interesting too, the dog's reaction, to it might have got the thing to back off. It was, a lot of times when they come into camps like that, you always hear him
Shrek keeps his swamp.
Going through stuff, and maybe Max growling it probably wasn't afraid of Max, but didn't want everyone waking up. It's hard to say. Or maybe it was just curious, What was your impression? Like it was just stumbled up onto the camp and decided to check things out?
What the heck fell? Oh my god.
I think it might have came from the lake and came up the hill. That's my vision of it, because when he was kind
something
of like
fell.
I seen a little like
don't know what it was.
I guess I was just trying to fall asleep and just staring at the tent, and then that's when I seen Max started growling, very crazy, like a wild animal, right? And I've never heard him growl like that. And then all of a sudden, there was just a huge shadow appeared, and then it was just staring at me, and dog was going crazy.
Stare bear.
And I just felt like it was going to start ripping the place apart. It could have been a human, but there's nobody else out there but us. And it was, probably around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock by now.
Yeah, human doesn't really make sense, especially with the way Max was growling. Most humans would quickly back away, especially if they're coming in trying to be sneaky. Did it ever make any noise? Did it ever, was it, could you hear it breathing, or was it pretty much quiet?
The only thing I could hear was when it was, I knew something was coming. When he started growling, I could hear something almost like the ground moving when I could feel something coming up to the tent. So I could feel large, like something very, very large taking steps. I heard some breathing, but I don't know if that was me or Max but I could hear something. I can hear it breathing, but it wasn't overwhelming, crazy breathing, right?
Wait a second.
I think we surprised it when he came up over that hill, like he didn't.
Is this one escape or enter or backspace? Oh no. I may have done goofed. I'm pretty sure this one's backspace.
Expect that intent to be there. And I don't know. Like I think he was more of like just looking at us, trying to see what we were, right? Kind of like what we were doing or whatever. But nothing. I don't think anything got touched in the campsite or anything like that either.
Just probably curious. What do you think Sasquatch is, John? What's your opinion?
I don't know. Like all this stuff happened when I was really young, and then when I got older, like I just recently in the past year or two, I just started thinking about, I started listening to your podcast honestly, and then I'm like, man, that kind of like happened to me. That feels like, my situation, right? So I think they're out there. I think they came from probably over from Asia. I don't know. I read something where there was what would they call it, the bridge or something from it over there?
Yeah, the land bridge.
Yeah, the land bridge. And I think they're here. I don't think where I live. I think they're a lot in Vancouver, BC, and out your way. I think there's a few here, very few in Nova Scotia, but I think they're here. I just think they're. I don't know. I think they're Bigfoots, man.
Big feet.
I've always thought there was something out there that was, because too many people have seen things, right?
Yeah, it's too hard to pinpoint exactly what it is, but it's the fascinating encounters. With the Dogman, I don't know. Again, I don't even know where to begin with Dogman, but a lot of people have seen him. A lot of very, very credible people have seen this Dogman creature.
Oh no!
I don't think I've ever talked to someone that saw it and I thought, they're nuts. You know what I mean? Everyone I talk to, you walk away and they tend to have a lot of details about what they saw and everything like that. But I appreciate you coming on and sharing it. I know some of the things you've never talked about, and I'm honored you would come on and share it on the show. Thank you for doing that.
Okay, now I gotta go find the one that's titled, or the one that's about the little people. Because that one I have not yet heard anything about no little peoples. It's gonna take way too long to scroll through it. Let's go type it in. The Last of Us. The little people. Here we go.
1700s related, and we're going to talk about that before we get into your main encounter. These other encounters, did they happen in Indiana, Ed, or did they happen in Kentucky?
One in Kentucky, and then I had a few things happen here. I mean, nothing really happened. I found tracks once, and that was, but there's a story to that too, because that happened later on in life. Like when I found out, my brother-in-law had some stuff to tell me about that. But anyway,
no, I hear you. Well, tell us about it. Tell us about finding these tracks. What were you doing, and what happened?
So it's like wintertime. It's Indiana. It's cold here. February, March, and you get the cabin fever and all that good stuff because you've been cooped up. So there's a place here. It used to be like holding ponds for a leather factory, and it was like dyed water and that sort of thing. There's big holding ponds back there. But we'd ride motorcycles, go back there and shoot. It was a kids' recreation area kind of thing. Dirt bikes and running around, and fishing, whole 9 yards. And so it's like February of, I guess I'm thinking it was 82.
No, the light's too strong.
I walked back there, just, it's wintertime. I wanted to do something, so I got out walking around. I go back there, and I get back to this one part. There's like a railroad trestle, and you got to cross over it, and then you come to one of the holding ponds. And then there's a trail that went all the way around the thing. And they turned into wetlands since then, but back then it was kind of secluded and not really, nobody really went back there except the people that were back, like I said, riding motorcycles and scooping off in general. But I get back to this one trail, and I see like a bare footprint in the trail because it's muddy and everything's thawing. It's cold, but things are thawing, and so things are mucky and wet. And I see the track, and I see another one, and I'm thinking, because it's 40 degrees and getting 40 degrees in the daytime, 50 degrees maybe if you're lucky, and then going back down to 20, teens at night sometimes. And I'm thinking,
Sounds
what
like
kind
you're
of idiots
memeing.
out here walking around barefoot? That's
Bare
I
feet.
guess that's would be a logical thought, and so I'm following them, and they go down like to the creek bed, and I'm like,
The creek.
why would somebody that was barefoot be walking around down here in this creek? Because it's like
Bare feet
it's a
in the creeks.
it was a rural sort of area. It's a mouth of a creek that empties into the Ohio River, but it like I don't know, there's glass, beer bottles, trash, metal. So you don't want to go walk around barefooted down there. But they went down to the creek, and a pretty steep hill too, and then followed the creek for a second, came back up the hill, got back on the trail, went back down to the creek, did that 4 or 5 times, and then once they got out to the river, they went down on the bank of the river and just kept on going. And I was just like, I'm not, it wasn't creepy or scary. It was just weird, but I wasn't gonna follow barefoot footprints out in the cold all day long. It just wasn't something I was getting into that day. But that was the first thing that I had up here.
Can I ask you real quick, Ed? How big were those tracks that you found? I mean, compared to like a
They were, within the normal range, I suppose. They weren't, like I said, nothing special about them. But the only thing that was special about it is it went down a slate. Because the creeks real slatey around here. They aren't. Some of them are hard rock creeks. Some of them are just full of black slate. And it's sharp, and you don't really want to walk on that barefoot. And they go down that hill and went down into that stuff, and then come back up the hill, and then it was just but it was just like I said, that's the only thing odd about them. It wasn't there wasn't no slip marks, if you'd done even in boots, you'd have slipped, but there was no slip marks and no part. Didn't look like where anybody dug in to stay on the, just went down and came back up and then just went on. So it was kind of weird. But it was just there was nothing special about the tracks. But I figured, if somebody did that in the cold, even if your feet are going to get numb eventually, but you're still going to get cut and that kind. You're going to not leave blood behind. That kind of thing. You're going to leave some skin.
Just
somewhere.
Makes no sense. Someone will be out there without their shoes on.
It was just that was really the only odd thing about that. So I really didn't think anything about it. But then, years later, I'm talking to my brother-in-law about it, and not really thinking about it. And he's telling me a story about this dude he used to hang around with. He used to mess around down there when they were kids, and he says, "You saw Blackie." That's what he said. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he tells me the story of they used to play down there, and they'd see this black shape back in the woods. And then, if you looked over at it, it'd duck down. And so, I guess, like I told you earlier, this is in the days where you didn't have, the homeless situation you have now where there's camps in the woods and, that sort of thing. There might be one guy or a couple guys, and they didn't mess with nobody. But anyway, and then, they said, if you started walking towards it, it'd take off running back in the fucking woods. Or, again, my language, sorry. But it'd take off running back in the woods.
Back in the fucking woods.
Get close to it. And I'm like, well, that's kind of weird, because that kind of clicked a little bit, but it still wasn't anything that, made me
Did he ever describe what it was? Because he called it what? He called it Blackie?
He called it Blackie, yeah. And he said it was just a big...
It's a Blackie?
I don't know, big, but he called it a big black shape. I guess if you're a little kid, it's big, It would seem big to you if you were a little kid, but...
Yeah.
And they said they'd walk back towards it, it'd just take off. And they never got really a good look at it because they never got close enough to get a good look at it.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. It was okay. And so then, I don't know, this is probably about a couple years later, I want to say 82 or 83 maybe. My dad had bought into this boat business, and bought a boat business that was going out of business, bought all their stock. It was up in a place called Marengo, Indiana, which is, I don't know, 30 miles north of here. North-ish.
No, I lost the minus. It's somewhere on the floor.
Me and two of my friends were like, well, hey, drop us off. There's this place, but they use it for, it was limestone caverns that they quarried limestone out of back in the day. Now they use it for like dry storage. You know, they take, I don't know, soybeans. Well, it's a lot of soybeans now. They take soybeans in there and store them until, you know, sale time or whatever, I suppose. And they're this huge network of these tunnels that are, you know, blasted and mined out of the hills. And this was before it was developed to do that. It was just a place, you know, there's no trespassing, all that good stuff. And we go back in there, and we're going to, you know, they dropped us off. We were going to walk the Moringos, what I'm getting at. But they dropped us off there. We go back in there, and we're walking around back in there, and not really going too far back in because we didn't have any lights. You know, we just wanted to check it out. And we walked back to this one part, and it made a turn and came out.
All the keys are in there.
And there were pigeons that were roosting inside this place. And all of a sudden, we hear one flapping, and then, like, just raw like that, and like that was the weirdest thing that ever happened up here. That was something else there, and I don't know what it was.
Okay,
we
gotta go find
it. We just like, man, we're gone.
Gotta go find this buddy.
Because, you know, we weren't expecting all that.
Did it roar like a lion? Is that kind of what you're describing?
No, I mean just, you know, just raw. Like
kind of
that pigeon went to flapping, like it got caught. You know, like you're of the pigeon flapping, and then you hear raw like that. It was like not a lion roar, just raw. You know, it was
yeah.
You know, trippy.
I probably wouldn't have stuck around either, to be honest with you.
No, we got out of there, man. We just like, well, we walked on to Moringo, which was, I don't know, that was like a 15-mile walk. You know, we were kids, so you're indestructible at that age. But yeah, that was the weirdest thing that ever happened to me. But that is out in the air, kind of in the area of the person I was trying to. Hopefully, you could put me in contact with. That's kind of out in that area where he was at too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know when we were talking before we went on there, you said you were paced out one time. Was that in the same area as all of this?
No, that's in down in Kentucky at Lake Cumberland.
Oh, okay.
I think the kitties are getting hungry. So I think I'm gonna go try to figure out what my food's gonna be. And I'm also gonna go feed the kitties. And now that I got my keyboard back, I guess I can play.
Tell me about that.
There's a big, that's that place. Well, see, look, and then years later, so after all this stuff gets on the internet, I'm reading, you know, like you can go through all of it and break it down. They'll tell you counties and all that kind of stuff, and some of those things. And so I'm looking at the county. I can't remember the county off the top of my head down there, but there's a little town called Jabez down there. And now, whether it was a story or not, you know, you got to take all this stuff with a grain of salt. Like even the stuff I'm saying, I know nobody believes me if I say that kind of stuff. But whatever, I know what happened, and I was there. You weren't. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I get it.
Okay, I'm gonna go take a break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll try not to take too long, but I might by accidents. Good luck. Don't die. If you see a big feet, shoot it. think there's a spooky monster around. I put 2 minutes on the microwave and then I came back like 2 minutes later. And it was at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. What the heck? There's a monster. Anyway, let's go ahead and do my yummies while we listen to the spooky stories.
But there was a story of this lady feeding them down there. An old lady feeding them down in the area where all this stuff, like the pacing was happening. And I'm like, well, that's, okay, well, that lends a little credence to that. It's just, it was really weird, like looking into some of the things, like when you actually get into it and you start looking. Some of the places, if you've had something happen to you in some places, then you look into where you were at and see what happened, what kind of reports they have from there. And it kind of, gives you a little of an idea of maybe, maybe you saw something, maybe you didn't, maybe you, or heard, whatever.
No, I get what you mean. Yeah, and I think a lot of people go through that, Ed. I mean, there's a lot of moments where, I've talked to witnesses all the time, and they'll go, this one thing happened to me, like being paced out, and they're like, I could never figure out what animal it was. Cougar made no sense, bear made no sense, but I was paced out. Or, having rocks thrown at you, or, and when you start looking into the subject, there is those moments where you kind of look back and go, oh, maybe that's what that was. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing is like, I knew it wasn't a deer. I knew it wasn't a squirrel. I knew, it's like, as far down as it was, you wouldn't have heard a squirrel or a deer, and you wouldn't hear like footsteps. It's like footsteps. It's not, like a deer stepping. It isn't four legs. It's, you can tell. It's like, but then everybody was like, oh, they start going on with the deliverance thing and all that. Oh, hillbillies down there, and I'm like, and they try to say, oh, your dad or your grandpa. Well, my grandpa had emphysema. He wasn't going to go out in the middle of hot woods in August and come out there trying to scare us. You're going to try to scare somebody and die.
Yeah, no. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I think a lot of people try to make sense of what happened to them, and what makes the most sense. It must have been someone. It must have been. It's like I tell on the show, people describe their house as being hit, rocks being, and they're like, it must be haunted. The house must, and that, I guess that would make the most sense. But the more you kind of look into it, the more you realize, well, maybe that wasn't it. Just like with the whole deliverance, some hillbilly out there. It's a great way to get shot.
That was like, it was just like, it was crazy what they were telling me. I was like, no, there ain't nobody there. There's nobody there. We know there's nobody there. There's only one road in the place, one road out. There's no side roads going to, it just did a big loop. And there was 20, 30 camps in that loop, so you would know if somebody was there. I mean, unless they walked in, but the nearest place was 2-3 miles. And there's a great big dairy farm. So, I guess maybe the dairy farmer was out having some fun with, scaring little kids or whatever. I don't know. It wasn't never scary, though. It was just odd. Just an odd thing.
Well, was there anything else that happened to you down there?
No, nothing. Not down there. That just happened consistently. Like, I could go down there, and if you walk down that road and there wasn't no car, coming, or there wasn't any traffic, is what, usually you were by yourself when it happened. It was never, my friend was with me that one time, or not one time, more than once, because I had to, I'm like, dude, am I crazy? Am I hearing this? Is this, and we'd stop, we were making, like, okay, we'll walk 10 steps, then we'll stop. And we'd stop, and like, I guess you couldn't see what was on top of the cliff, and vice versa. It wasn't a cliff, the side of the road. You couldn't see up it, and whatever was up there couldn't see down. unless you came right up to the edge. You know what I mean? Close to the edge where you could peek over. But looking up, you couldn't see nothing but just the cliff and plants and trees. Like we would like, okay, we're going to walk this far, and just playing around because I had to have him with me to see, that I ain't the one. I ain't hearing stuff. I'm not making it up. I'm not scared in the woods or whatever you want to call it. But I had him with me, and he heard it. We'd stop and like whatever was up or whoever, whatever. I don't know. Whatever was up there would stop when we stopped sometimes, and then other times we would stop unexpectedly. Like we'd agree to stop at a certain point, and whatever was up there or whoever was up there wasn't paying attention and took that extra couple steps or that extra step. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. It was kind of weird. And he's like, yeah, I hear it. I'm like, I told you, dude. I told you, because he didn't tell me I was crazy, but you get that little like smirky smile, like, yeah, right, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But when I took him down there and showed him, he was like, oh yeah. But there wasn't to show. I mean, I just proved that what I told him was happening. Like actually would happen when you did that.
Yeah, and it's fascinating too, though, Ed. You hear a lot of. I mean, I've had guys in the military, on military bases, describe that where when they stop, it stops. When they move, it moves. And every once in a while, it messes up. And when you stop, it'll take 3 or 4 extra steps and then stop. And
that's exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly because and when I read that, like, I really didn't think nothing about it, but then I got to reading all the stuff, once all the stuff started, the internet really took off with it. And I started reading about it more, and then that's when I read that. And I don't want to say it clicked, but you know what I mean? It was like, well, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I just can't say it was because I didn't see anything. You know what I mean?
It's a little unnerving to be stalked through the woods. I mean, I get it completely.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Very, very weird. Yeah. Let me ask you, and I want to get to the little people encounter, and that's what really fascinates me about your whole situation. You've had these weird things happen to you, but you've never seen a Sasquatch. But the behavior matches.
There's a lot of people on here that have a lot of things happen to them, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because the behavior matches up to what a lot of people say, and it matches to what we kind of know what they do, based on eyewitnesses.
Yeah, well, as I say, it lined up. And I mean, I'm not saying that it was, I'm not saying that it wasn't. But,
yeah, I get it.
I can't say because I didn't see anything.
Yeah, no, I get it. I still appreciate you sharing it though, because it really does come down to their behavior, and they're notorious for doing this, where they will stalk you out of the woods, and it's usually off to the side. It's never really behind you. It's never really in front of you. They'll throw stuff at you, and I kind of think it was one of these.
None of that ever happened. You know what I mean? Like none of the throwing stuff. Or never heard any vocalizations or anything like that. I guess we and I don't know. We may have heard knocks, but not knowing what they were. You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Because that kind of information wasn't out back then. I guess the great unknown, kind of like it is now.
Yeah, it still is. What do you think that Sasquatch is, Ed? I know you've looked into it. What's kind of your opinion as far as what do you think that these things are?
I don't think they're the woo side of it. I don't really go for all that. I mean, because I don't know. It just not that it isn't a fascinating subject, but they can go like out there pretty far with it sometimes. And I don't know, man. I'll go with the animal thing, flesh and blood. That's all the evidence we really have of it. You know, I mean, we don't have the flesh or the blood, but we have.
It makes the most sense.
Evidence, as much as you want to call it evidence,
Yeah. No, I hear you. So you think it's more like a non-human primate we haven't caught up with, that sort of thing? And there's no wrong answer. I'm not breaking your balls by any means.
Well, I don't. On that end of it, I don't know. I'd go more for the animal side of it if I had to take a guess. I'm not a field or biologist or anything like that, but from everything that it has its characteristics of the human, I guess. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
That's the $1 million question, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't want you to feel like it was a trick question because it's not, Ed. I mean, there's no wrong answer.
No, because everybody's got their own, interpretation of it, and that's fine, I guess. But I don't know, man. I'm more based on the reality side of it.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Well, tell me about this weird incident that you had. What were you?
Oh yeah.
What were you doing?
I'll talk about reality, and here we go.
No. That's okay. That's okay. And I'm fascinated by it. I mean, but if you would just kind of walk us into it. What happened to you, and what did you see?
Well, This was in. I'm thinking 92 or 93. I just got back from Florida, and had gone to school down there for a couple of years, and then I don't know. Florida's okay, but it's just you want seasons after a while instead of rain and hot. And so I came back to Indiana. I started working at a paper company or a paper plate company, just paying the bills, whatever. And I'd take my weekends and I'd go Arrowhead. And I used to do it when I was younger. Hadn't done it for a while, and I'm going to go Arrowhead, which we go on the river here in the Ohio, and they're sticking out of the bank, that sort of thing, laying right there on the bank in the open. Do a whole big canoe trip, all that. But this time, I had taken my friend. Well, not taking my friend. I had taken a car to my friend Chuck's house, and he lives in an area called West Point, which is in Kentucky. But I caught a ride with one of his friends in a boat across the river over to the Indiana side, because that's where you find most of the arrowheads and stuff at. So it's probably, as the crow flies on the river, 20 miles from West Point to Louisville, which I live across from Louisville in Indiana. So they take me across and drop me off. And I've got my, my backpack, and I've got my, shorts, because it's August. It's pretty hot out. And I've got everything I need, my water, And on the river, there's areas where you'll have big flat sand beaches, and then you'll come to a place where there's no beach, and you got to swim around a big tangle of poison ivy or whatever kind of vines growing out into the river, whatever, which is no big deal. So I'll do that a couple times, and I get about 5 miles in, I guess, and finding arrowheads here and there, and it's just a slow process of walking on the riverbed. And so I get up to this spot, and I stop to take a break to get my food out. It's like in a little cut up in like a runoff out of a field, but it's in the shade, and it's nice, it's cool, wind's blowing, and I'm just kind of kicking back, taking a break, and looking at what I found. I hear like this buzzing sound. I hear not like a bee and not like a bug. It was, I don't even know how to explain it. Like a kind of electrical kind of buzz sound. And I'm thinking, it's like a boat or something, from far away. Because some of the boats, like these guys got speedboats, and their screws, well, what I call screws, their propellers, you'll hear them sometimes before you hear the boat. It's a weird thing, man. It's maybe something to do with the water, or the sound traveling through the water. I don't know, but you'll hear it sometimes, and I thought that's what it was. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking, and from around the corner walks this little guy. I'm like, he looked like Indian. That's the only way I can describe it. I don't know what type, a woodland period Indian is what he looked like. And like I told you earlier, not a midget, not a stunted, not nothing in perfect proportion. It was like if he was 6 foot tall, he'd be 6 foot tall, not spindly, look thin, but not starving, or malnourished or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. He looked, in decent shape, but it just looked like a person. Like I told you too, he was like, I don't know, if I had to guess, 2.5 to 3 foot maybe. I don't know. Because I looked at him. He
It's a Hobbit's. That's what he founded. It's a Hobbit's. He just stumbled upon Hobbiton.
looked at me, and then another one comes up behind him and stops, and then it turned around and went back. And so I don't know, and I say he was the one that I was looking at because it was a man, a male. Not that he was naked. He had, like breech clothes and like old style stuff, like pre Columbian, I guess you could say. I don't know. It's like the old skins, not no cloth, nothing like that. Old looking, like the old style, I guess. I don't know. And I mean, and he looked at me. I looked at him. He just that one behind him turned around, looked back, and then he just kind of looked at me again. And then he turned around, went back the way he went, and I'm just like, well, but it's what was that? Not what was that, but I don't know. It's hard to explain because it was just like they were there. They looked at me. I looked at them. The one turned around, went back the way they came. The other one turned around, went back the way they came. And then I didn't hear anything after that. It was just, it was weird, dude. And I've never seen anything like that before, and haven't seen anything since like that. And we spent a lot of time down there. I mean, we spent canoeing, and we arrowhead hunt still. We went last summer, and my girlfriend went with us. My youngest sons went with me. Me and my best friend go. Usually we take the canoe and the kayaks. We get pretty hard sometimes, but we've never. I've never had anything like that happen since.
So there's these two things that come out, and you mentioned when we were talking before they were proportioned. Like, well, I guess you said it now. They weren't like I don't know, midgets.
Yeah,
The
they
right
weren't
term.
malformed, or they weren't like
Yeah.
they didn't. I know it probably is not the political correct thing, but they
Little
weren't midgets.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't a little person. They weren't dwarves. They weren't.
Yeah.
It looked like a. I don't know. Okay, like I guess the best analogy I could use, like the children of the forest on Game of Thrones, how they looked, like they were little. I don't know. I don't need to check out Game of Thrones to see them. They're hard to explain to you, but they were little people, and they were proportioned like a grown normal, or whatever you want to call normal, I suppose. And but they were 3 foot tallish. But this happened to me like way before I guess Game of Thrones was even dreamed of. But they didn't have like there's all these apparatus they have on the ones in Game of Thrones. There's nothing like that. They look like an Indian, man. I mean that's what they look like. To me, I mean that's the best explanation I have for it. They were dark skinned, dark haired, dark eyed, with skins on.
Like animal skins they were wearing.
Yeah, like the old, not like the. I don't know, man. You see the classic like breech clout with the leggings kind of thing, like Eastern Indians. I don't know how the tribes out there have their stuff. You know what I mean? But they have like a thing here, like what they I don't know, like what they wore in. Oh, dang, I can't remember the name of the movie now. But anyway, they're like leggings, and they're like chaps almost. It was just a breech clout. They didn't have the leggings.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it was.
Can I ask you real quick? A couple things. Were they carrying anything?
The one in the front had a stick, like a pointed stick. I don't know. I didn't see like if it had a head on it or anything. You know what I mean? And that's the weird thing too. I was thinking about that today, like after we had talked. Like, because sometimes I made the remark, we go down there sometimes, and we'll find pieces that, and I've made the remark of this, is that it looks like somebody laid it down and walked off. Like it's not in the hill. It's laying out on the sand, or out in the open. Like, somebody just set it down and forgot. Yeah, like if we find an arrowhead, no.
Oh, I gotcha.
I was thinking, like if we find an arrowhead, there's times we find them. Like, okay, so they'll be buried, or you'll see just a piece of one sticking out, of the dirt or out of the sand. Other times we find them, and that's the remark I made was it looks like somebody just laid it down and walked off. And I mean, I'm not saying that that's what's going on, but that clicked in my head today. Like because there's plenty of times we found them, and it does. It looks like somebody had not that there was a mark where they'd sit down, but it was like somebody had just put it down. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't in the ground. It wasn't like somebody had been working on it or whatever, or had it in their hand and set it down and walked off and forgot it. That sort of thing. But I'm not saying that that's what's going on, but it's just something I thought about today.
And
my mind goes weird places sometimes.
No, I understand. And the noise that you heard, the buzzing, did it sound mechanical?
It was like electrical kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to say electrical, but not like an electric, like like a shorting out sound, like a humming. I say buzz, but maybe it was more of a hum. It was like like that, like surging. It was weird. But it wasn't like a bug, like a bee, like or a mosquito buzzing around you, high pitched. It was just like it modulated a little bit. It was weird, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
and that's what made me think it was a boat propeller, because the way it was like, like you'll hear them biting the water sometimes, and I thought that might have been what it was. And then it was just like that. And
do you
think? I don't know.
Do you think the buzzing was them communicating?
That's what I was thinking. Because it was quiet out there. There's like there's boats that go by, yeah, but this is like the middle of the day on a Wednesday, kind of thing. Like it was middle of the week because I was off and I had a chance to go, so I went. And like there's not a lot of traffic, and there's barges that go by, but you hear them from miles off, just whoa, 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 whoa. You hear the churn of that engine going upstream. You hear it, and it rumbles you when you're standing on the bank sometimes. Like they're close enough to the bank where it's like, you feel the engine rumbling you. But this was just like kind of quiet, but you could hear it. And I think that's that's the only thing I can make it of, because there weren't any birds. It was quiet, middle of the day. Hot, quiet. Everything's down for the day, kind of.
There's been a lot of encounters I've had on the show where people are out in the forest and they'll hear like this mechanical buzzing or kind of a weird, what they describe as a mechanical sound, but they can't figure out where it's coming from and they don't see anything. And when you had said that, that made me think of a few encounters I've had on the show where they could never figure out what it was. Were the two beings, were they hairy or were they hairless?
No, they were like, just, I don't want to say smooth. They had hair on their head. Like it was like black, like square. It was an Indian, man. So it was black square cut hair, dude. I mean, it looked like they stepped out of a history book, but they were 3 foot tall. But they just didn't, the stick he had didn't have anything that I noticed. Like they weren't really carrying anything. You know what I mean? They were just kind of like moving along, and he had the stick, and maybe if there was more behind, there may have been more behind the other one. I don't know. Because that one, like, I looked at the one in front of me, the one behind me looked at me, turned around and went the other way immediately. Like, there wasn't no waiting. There wasn't no, it was like I don't know what they call a standing order kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like that's a military kind of thing. It's like a standing order or standing operating procedure, where when this happens, you do this. Like,
Yeah, and I know we've drilled down enough on it, but to clarify for people, this wasn't like two little Sasquatches you ran into. I mean, these were what appeared to be. Yeah,
they were little brown-skinned people.
Yeah, very bizarre.
With dark hair and dark eyes and leather breech clouts, and I didn't notice they had shoes or not because I was too busy. Wasn't too busy. It was just like I wasn't looking around. I was looking at him. He was looking at me. I saw the one behind him, like, kind of come around the corner, and then looked around him, saw me, and then went right back around the corner. I want to call the one in front of me was a male. That's what it seemed to me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
It's trippy, man. It's like it's one of them things. Like I said, people call you crazy, whatever.
There is a long history of the little people. The Native Americans will talk about it, and I've had witnesses that have seen them. And a lot of the Native Americans will tell you. I've had Native Americans tell me they're more terrified of the little people than they are of Sasquatch. If you, I remember one guy told me, he said, if you ever find little tiny tracks that look like a kid's track in the woods, it's a little bit different because they're a little bit wider and they look a little bit
Right.
different. But for the most part, it looks human. They told me turn around and go the opposite direction because they will attack you. And I even had a guy in Texas one time. He's an old man now. Not an old man, but he's older. But when he was a kid, he would tell his dad about these little people that would follow him around.
Right.
And harass, but not really threaten, just more or less harass him as he was out in the woods. And his dad never believed him until one day they were climbing up the side of the house and his dad saw it through the window. And they described him the same way, 2.5 feet tall, looks like a human being, just a very small proportioned human being. And
Right.
but very strange, very, very strange. And I laughed earlier when you and I were talking. You're like, I thought I was having a heat stroke, and
Yeah, man, it was like hot, and that's why I stopped, because I'm like, well, I need to sit down and eat, drink something. It was getting hot, getting midday, and I have been heat stroke before, and I didn't have heat stroke. I mean, I got heat stroke later on down the line, not that day, but later on down the line, I got heat stroke pretty bad, and I did not have heat stroke.
Getting pretty tired, but maybe I'll finish listening to this one. Do some Wordle and Quirtle, and then I'll head out for today. Was hoping I'd be able to do some Knights and Merchants or Civ, but I'm pretty tired, so maybe we'll do that next time.
I wouldn't have made it off that riverbank that day because I was alone.
Yeah, what do you?
If I had heat stroke, I'd have been done.
Yeah, no, I hear you. What do you think that these things were? I mean, what do you think that they are?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm curious. You know what I mean? I don't know. A snapshot out of time or something. I don't know, dude. I really don't. I mean, it's. I want to look into it more. I talked to a lady here in Evansville. Well, I'm not in Evansville. She's in Evansville. I talked to her a little bit about it, and she had put up some stuff about that, and that's what. But that was a couple of years ago. She'd put up a story about a native story about a historical thing about the history of that sort of event happening here in Indiana, and like the tradition, not a tradition, but it's. I don't even want to say regular, but it has a foothold. Let's put it that way. There is a sort of a tradition of it here, I suppose. But as far as the native side of it, I don't know, because like all the Indians that were around here pretty much got wiped out and sent to reservations. So we don't, there's nothing, there's no source around here of that.
Yeah, it's very strange when you talk to the natives. Like I said, most of them will say it's very physical. I know we were talking about the woo earlier, but a lot of natives will say that they're very physical, but they're not. They kind of go in between.
Well, it goes into they go into the metaphysical thing, which that's part of their,
right.
Part of their belief system, and I get it, but I don't know, man. It's just like what I saw that day was real. He didn't just poof disappear. You know what I mean? He looked at me, I looked at him, and he turned around and walked the other way he went. And as far as if they're trouble, they didn't give me no trouble that day. I wasn't in a position to like win a fight with them. If that came down, I don't know. But that never even really crossed my mind, because it was just like, wow. I mean, I don't want to say wow, but wow. What the fuck? I'm sorry again about my language, but
that's all right.
That's just when that kind of, man, I'm sure there's a lot of people on here that have the same feeling when they've seen and had stuff happen to them. What the f.
It's fascinating, man, and I don't know what those little people are. Like I said, if you do research on them and do start looking online, start talking to Native Americans, It's very similar to what you described. They're wearing animal skins, and a lot of times the Native Americans will talk about them having spears and poison on their spears to kill you.
Yeah, I guess you don't need a point if you got that, huh?
Yeah, so
you just stick them with it.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder. I mean, I would love to go walk around that area and see what you can find. I don't know if you'd want to come face to face with one. They probably figured you weren't worth the trouble and turned around and left. But it's bizarre. It's very bizarre. I mean, Sasquatch is bizarre too. But I mean, these little people.
Yeah, we'll see that. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, I believed in the Sasquatch thing before that, but we've never, like, the stuff happens so infrequently here. But as we talked earlier, a lot of people won't talk about it because of everybody's, oh, you're crazy, or that's the main thing. You're crazy. You're messed up in the head. You're going bad, whatever. They'll say all kinds of crazy stuff about you. But when it comes down to it, it's you have seen what you've seen, and you know what you know, and nobody can. I don't want to say take that away from you, but I guess that's the best explanation of it. Is nobody can take that away from you. You know what you saw. You know what happened. They don't, and they can say what they want, but
yeah,
maybe one day you'll find out the hard way. I don't know.
True. It's true. It's fascinating. I mean, especially the little people, man. I find it fascinating. It's hard to find people who've actually run into them. I've had a few on the show, but they're not.
People don't want to talk about it, dude, because it sounds so stupid and so crazy. And I thought that too. When I had kind of read a little bit about stuff about that, but it was all just folklore. You know what I mean? It's folklore. It's not real. It's the thing of scary tales, put the kids to bed at night and all that stuff. But some of it evidently has a basis in fact. So I don't know. It's a weird subject, and
yeah,
I haven't really checked into it anymore after that. Because there's really not. That one lady, she put out a big thing about it. I can't remember her name. I have to look for her again. But she put it was a big, it explained it about around here supposedly, but I don't know how much I can believe of what they say went on around here because they don't really know. You know what I mean? They can say, well, this is what happened, but they don't really know what happened back 10,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago. We had like the mound builder cultures here, and you've done stories about that. Didn't you do a thing with the snake mound with that one guy?
Yep.
Yeah. And I haven't been up there. That's in Chillicothe. It's not very far. I've never been up there, but there used to be mounds down here, but they've cleared them all for farming, and there's just miles and miles and miles of cornfield and soybean fields. I don't know if you've ever been to Indiana, but that's pretty much our thing is corn and soybeans.
Yeah.
So all that stuff got erased, and none of it's in. I suppose it's in private collections, but I don't know. It was like Adina and Hopewell, and I don't know, man. They had this whole sun. I don't want to say cult, but it was a whole thing, man.
Yeah.
And none of it's here anymore, and that's why it's hard to believe any kind of thing they say about that because they don't really know because so much of it got destroyed.
Yeah.
That they had no idea what was here and what could be here or what could have been here. I don't know.
It's a very strange world, man. I think there's more out there than what most people realize, and like the dog man, a lot of people laugh at the dog man, but I've talked to enough eyewitnesses to where I'm convinced it's out there running around. Same thing with
I don't know, man. The jury's kind of out on that one with me because I don't know, man. It sounds like werewolf stories to me.
Right.
I hate to discount it, but it's some of the things they're saying is just like, I don't know. Then they had the whole hoax thing about the Beast of Bray Road where the dude had the suit on and all that stuff. So that kind of threw a wrench in the gears for me. But I haven't had that experience, so I can't say that it's not real.
Yeah.
There's people saying it is real, and here I am saying something that sounds crazy as hell, telling you it's real. So
no, I hear
can't say it's not.
It's uncomfortable, when you start running. People start talking about these weird things they run into, and it's uncomfortable. It's like Sasquatch. It's very uncomfortable when people start talking about lights that they see around the same time they're seeing Sasquatch, or where they see the eyes glow. And I'll ask them, "Was it eye shine?" And they'll say, "No, it wasn't eye shine. These were glowing eyes like a light bulb." It's uncomfortable to talk about that stuff, but you almost kind of have to if it's consistently happening. And I don't mean like on every encounter, but I mean if one person tells you,
if it's and you hear it repeatedly.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But it is fascinating.
Speaking of lights, sorry to cut you off. My brother-in-law was up here a few minutes ago, and I was talking to him. They go down to LDL pretty often. I don't know if you know much about that. I mean, I'm sure you do, but that's supposedly the dog man hotspot and all this kind of stuff. And they go down there pretty regular. And you've talked about these lights in the woods thing. I've heard a bunch about that too. Well, they were sitting in their camp one night, him, my sister, and two of his friends, and like this, I don't want to call it an orb. I didn't see it. I wasn't there. They swear up and down this big ball of light came shooting through their camp, and three of them saw it. One guy didn't see it because he was facing the other way. And like I was like, oh, okay. And I know my brother-in-law ain't a liar. I know my sister's not a liar. I know the guy that was with him, or both of the guys with him, aren't liars. I mean, and if my brother-in-law and my sister tell me something, I believe it. There's no saying, oh, you're full of crap or you're crazy. But they were talking about that. But what I'm thinking goes on down there is they used to do a lot of iron smelting and stuff down there. There's places called Magnet Lake and this and that. It's like it's a huge property, that's for sure, though. But I was thinking what goes on down there as far as light wise could be like all that iron and stuff that's in the ground down there, and I think the New Madrid Fault runs down through there too. I'm not sure, but I think it does. And like,
what, you don't like my folders?
There's a lot of weird stories coming out down there too, though.
Well, do this for me, Ed. I really appreciate you coming on and sharing your little people encounter.
That's no problem, man.
Yeah, let me know if anything else ever happens to you out there. And
well, I'll try if we get out as much as we can. And
yeah,
like I said, there ain't no telling when something's going to happen.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Obviously.
But I really appreciate sharing the little people encounter. Like I said, that I've had a few on, but they're very far and few between. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. And if you can get me in contact with that one fellow we were talking about earlier, I'd appreciate it. Just to talk to him, feel him out and see what he has to say about out there.
Yeah, I will. Thank you again, Ed.
Appreciate it, man.
And
I have no idea what this one up here is. I'm running out of guesses. I think probably my last good guess would be once. I think once is a word. But I'll have to put some guesses into other words first. What happened? What is it? What, you wanna cuddle? Okay, once I figure these out, we'll cuddle, okay? The kitty wants to cuddles. Okay, so I believe this is an FR. Frog. Frog is a word, right? Okay, perfect. There's a O. It's an ounce. Oh my goodness. Okay, frog. There's a O in this one. What happened, buddy? What is it? Okay, come here then. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come here. Let's see if we can hang out with her while she's I'm gonna have to adjust the camera, but should be okay. Should be okay. Put this over here. No! Don't fuck with the mouse. I think we can just move it up here. That should be good. What is it? What happened?
Sit straight, you bitch!
What the heck? I am sitting straight. Come here.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
The good thing is that you still have a little bit of water left, so what the heck? I know it's about. Oh my goodness, what the heck? What the heck, Patches? She almost spilled my water.
Stretch those shoulders.
There's my water. I'm already sitting straight. And I'll do the stretching after. What the heck? You're ruining the entire thing. What happened? What is it? Can't even see her because the thingy is above. Let me pull this up. There. Okay, that should be better. What is it? You're gonna fall. Okay, well, she's gone now, so unlucky. We tried to be nice and put her up here with us, but I guess she wasn't particularly interested. Thank you for redeeming all of those. Let me put on the music, so I haven't needed it yet, but I think we do now that we're finishing up Quartal. Okay. Let's see if I can finish this. And then I can go lay down with her. Okay, we have H, I, and E. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 letters here. Four letters? We have 3 letters. What the heck? I can't even count anymore. 1, 2, 3. So here we have 4. Okay, so I assume it is either an I and E word. But it's not shine because there's no S. Fine, mine, shine, bine. Fine. I don't think sign is a word. Is this where I have to use? I don't think this is a word. Is this how you spell like when a dog is whining? I don't even know how to spell that. Why am I having such a blank with it? I think I need to. Why is my brain thinking that it's spelled another way? What the heck? It's so weird. Okay, so it is wine. Okay, last one, and I have 2 guesses. I'm not gonna like this at all. Okay, S can go first. O can go second. It's Sonic? No, there's no N. There's no C. It would have been pretty cool if it were Sonic. Pretty cool. What if it's SN? Wait, there's no N. Is it soil? Can it be spoil? No, because O doesn't go here. Words are violence. What the heck? How do you expect me to complete the last wordle without swearing? This is an impossible challenge. Let's go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock. It is 9:21. I can swear again at 9:31.
What's up, buddy? What happened? What is it?
This is my secret weapon. Talking to Patches will help me get through these 10 minutes without swearing. Hopefully your dinner went well. Mine was pretty okay, but it was a pretty quick dinner. Just a couple of Hot Pockets real quick. Okay, we have S, we have O, we have I. Icons, no. There's no N. It cannot be moist. Cannot be slope. It sucks really badly that I only have 2 guesses here. I might not get this last word here. Solid. It cannot be solid because there's no D. And I think we also tried a L somewhere. We did not try L. It cannot be sober because it needs a I and there's no E. just need like one good guess. I need one good guess with at least 2 of the letters in their correct spot, and hopefully one new letter. It would be quite depressing if I do not get this word because either I or O appear twice in this word. Smote. Smote could have been a good word. Spoke? No. Spire. Oh no, I don't know if I have any good guesses right now. Okay, what I could try to do is... I have 2 guesses. I can use the first guess to try to pick as many of these missing letters as possible. And that'll leave me with 1 guess. Bugs? Oh no. There's no good words left. Motor? My toe. No, we know I doesn't go second, so I don't want to guess I second. Oh no, this is such a bad situation to be in. I'm not gonna get this one, am I? I don't think I can use a word that starts with 2 consonants because then the third one would have to be a vowel. My 2 remaining vowels do not go in the middle. What's up, buddy? What happened? She wants to lay down and cuddle so badly. Okay, let's do this quickly so we can go lay down with her. Isn't glot a word? Or is it just with one T? Might be just with one T. What's up, buddy? Let's go put her back on while she's here. What's up, buddy? What is it? What happened? Meow. She's a cuddlies. What happened, buddy? Okay, we're almost done. Okay, buddy? Almost done. No. Hold on. Don't touch that. No. No. Can glass fit? No, I don't think glot is a word. Unfortunately. No. Okay, I assume the second letter is O. You're leaving already? Come here. Just sit on my lap. Sit on the lapses. What happened? No, she's leaving. Yep, there she goes. Unlucky. Thinking of something like pose, maybe. Posit. Posit is a good word. There's a very good chance that it is posit. Okay. If this is the word, then I am literally the best. 100%. Oh my fucking goodness. I am literally the best. I got 5, 6, 7, 8. One right after the other. Okay. At least I got it, so that's good. Phew. That was pretty spooky. I almost done goofed. Okay, I'm very glad that we're gonna end on that W there. I get to do my stretches. I have been slacking, however, on my workouts, so I definitely need to be getting back into that. I have to commit to it here. Let's make sure I don't pussy out of it. Let's grab my calendar. What is it? Is it April already? What the heck? It's so fast. April. Tomorrow is Wednesday? Thursday? Wednesday the 5th. Okay. Wednesday the 5th. I need to do work out 100%. And then I'll be able to cross it out. Is that legible enough? Right there, workout. I hope so. I've been wanting to work out for quite a while, but keep running out of time. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. I was hoping I'd be able to fill in more more coins, but I didn't have that many. So I did what I could do. Anyway, I got a kitty to go take care of, so I'm gonna go do that. And you guys have fun. Enjoy the rest of your day or night. Take care of yourselves. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.